equal acreage. On 2nd October 2015, hearings on land formalization and regularization were conducted by the National Land Commission and county governments of Nandi. The exercise entailed acceptance of existing developments, securing public utilities, and verifying ownership of land allottees. All persons claiming rights to any parcel presented documents as proof of ownership. During the historical land injustices hearing, number NLC/HCLI/435/2018, undertaken on 25th June 2018, the National Land Commission determined that 1. Kenya Forest Service had authorized an acquisition of 910.6 hectares, which include 186 hectares for public utilities, 266.86 hectares for the Koibem community. The survey had not provided a map for the perimeter of the land exercise, and that is why the disgazettement had not been completed. 2. Koibem community's claim was valid and that new title deeds be issued upon handing over the title documents held by the residents of Koibem. 3. Kenya Forest Service to facilitate the degazettement of the excise area from Nandi South Forest to enable issuance of title deeds to Koibem community on land-to-land basis. And 4. The Director of Survey, together with the Nandi County government, to expedite the excising of the forest area that KFS excised from Nandi South Forest and hand over to Koibem community. 9. The petitioners aver that since the concerned residents were moved out of their land and homes 29 years ago, the land they left behind now has a mature, dense forest cover. However, most of the original title owners have died due to natural attrition, with many survivors suffering from depression. The lack of titles has exacerbated poverty due to lack of access to credit facilities from banks, inability to sell land, and uncertainty associated with doubtful ownership. The petitioners therefore pray that the National Assembly engages relevant state agencies to ensure that all the squatters are settled. Honorable members, having established that the matter raised in the petition is well within the authority of this House, and further that the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with Standing Order 2272. I equally commit the petition presented by the Honorable Ken Chonga to the Committee on Public Petitions and to report back within the same 60 days. Thank you. Joses Lelmengit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to highlight an additional dimension on the ongoing petition by Koibem villagers. We have another nearby village adjacent to Koibem called Ngerek, which share the same grievances. The village is close by, and I was asking for a collaboration of these two communities so that the petitions committee can look at this problem as a unified problem. The same issue is, needs to be addressed because the same village, the same community within the same villages have a similar issue. So this, I want to request you, Honorable Speaker, to ask the petitions committee to consolidate these two petitions for Ngerek villagers and for Koibem villagers, so that they can have an holistic approach in solving this problem once and for all. I want to agree from the statement that you've just read that the villagers in Mgwen constituency, that is Chepkumia ward, Koibem village and Ngerek villages have had problems since it's about 3 decades now, since 1996. And Honorable Speaker, people are living in fear. They stay in that, they can no longer build permanent houses. They don't have a collateral for any taking any facility, loans and for such. So I want to ask this Honorable House, through you, Speaker, so that we can join hands and assist these people from Nandi County to solve this issue once and for all. I want to thank you, Speaker, and I hope that justice will be done. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Lelmengit, and you can take time and attend the committee when they deal with the petition and give your views as well. Melly, Paul.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the petition.
I call you Paul. You are Julius.
I'm Julius, yes.
There was another Paul Melly.
Yes.
I knew.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the petition, and I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, that the issue affecting the people of Koibem, Ngerek, and Chepkumya in general is a historical issue of injustice and fairness, where the government agencies, more specifically the Land Commission and the Ministry of Lands, has really failed to address the issue of the landless people. The people of Koibem gave out their land. It was very rocky. It was an area where it was not habitable. But when they gave out that land, government officials, through Kenya Forest Service, went on to actually ask them to move to an excised area out of the Nandi South Forest. When they reach there, they have not issued them with title deeds. And I want to say that, I want to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, that the petition committee visit the site, look at the predicament of these people in Gerek, look at the predicament of the people in Koibem, and actually get first-hand information so that actually this issue is settled once and for all. 2, Nandi County has so many squatters. You know very well that this is a county which was actually had a lot of brand of colonialism. Many people are moved away. In my region of Chemelil, we have thousands of squatters. And as a member of parliament, we've been appealing to the Ministry of Lands, and more specifically the Lands Commission, to ensure that all these people are settled. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as members of parliament, we shall attend the petitions committee, and also we will actually want them to visit and see the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wangari? Mother Wangari?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to support Honorable Ken Chonga's petition. And Mr. Speaker, you remember recently we committed another one, I think from Nyatike, similar issue. And I think what this demonstrates, the frequency of these issues will keep coming to this parliament and even to last parliament, Mr. Speaker. So I would actually request on this petition, Mr. Speaker, even as it is being considered on its own merit, that the first one, the public petitions churns out, outlines the parameters and outlines the review and who does it, Mr. Speaker. I think that direction is very important so that we don't have the questions going to Ministry of Education, then to TSC, and the same problem persists, Mr. Speaker. And on the second petition, Mr. Speaker, the issue of National Land Commission, and I think this has happened in many other areas apart from Nandi, because in my area in Oljorai, we still have the same questions by what was done by National Land Commission. So I think the issue of visiting is very important, but even as we get the outputs and the reports, Mr. Speaker, that it also has a general bearing on what position it takes when National Land Commission is the one that messes up some of these processes, Mr. Speaker, but I support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jared Okello, member for
Nyando.
Nyando.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And out of the twin petitions, I would want to delve into Ken Chonga's Kilifi South constituency and support this petition. Honorable Speaker, as my sister, Honorable Wangari, has alluded, last week we discussed a similar matter touching on Nyatike constituency that was brought forth by their Member of Parliament, Honorable Tom Odege. Honorable Speaker, there is a likelihood that in the days to come, we may receive a litany of such petitions going forward. And therefore, even as the public petitions sit down to retreat and do a report on these petitions, as members of parliament and as our speaker, Honorable Speaker, we need a remedy. As I did say, Honorable Speaker, my two neighboring constituencies, Nyakach constituency and Muhoroni constituency, are benefiting out of the hardship allowance. Yet, when we talk about real hardship, Honorable Speaker, and even the prevailing floods cutting across our nation at the moment, Nyando seems to be domiciling the floods, Honorable Speaker. Yet, it was carved out of that scheme, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, no public officer wants to serve in a place where there is no hardship allowance, yet in the neighboring constituency, under the same topography and climatic conditions, people are benefiting, Honorable Speaker. If it is 10,000 shillings over and above their pay, Honorable Speaker, as a parliament, we may have to reconsider this and have 10,000 cutting across all public servants across the entire republic, Honorable Speaker, so that we don't have to have this back and forth requests coming before this parliament each and every time, Honorable Speaker. I have lost this year alone more than 200 teachers going to other constituencies without replacement. And this is a travesty. It is a tragedy that my people of Nyando are experiencing. And we disenfranchise at the end of the day these students who go to these schools, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
And therefore we must comprehensively look at this matter, and I thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Aldai. Give her the mic. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the petition that has been that you have read today on the resettlement of the residents of Koibe in Nandi. This particular issue, Mr. Speaker, also affects an area in my constituency, and the Nandi South forest, which is being talked about, is a forest that borders my constituency and the neighboring constituency, that's Mgwen, where these people were resettled. I also have a group of people that were resettled from a forest called Bonjoge Forest and taken to the same Nandi South Forest, an area now called Bonjoge. And at the time of resettling these people, a portion of them were not resettled. So as we speak today, the portion of them who still live in the Bonjoge Forest currently live in the forest or in the demarcated land that is called a forest. So even as this petition goes to the petitions committee, I think it is important that the Ministry of Lands, when finally they implement, realize that they need to implement all the pending relocations that were supposed to have been done for the people, and especially for these people who are supposed to come to Nandi South Forest, because a small portion of these people who live in the rocky areas were removed from the Bonjoge Forest and taken now to the Nandi South Forest, but their portion of land has never been allocated to them. So as this petition is looked at, I would appreciate that if they can widen and ask the Ministry of Lands to fully implement all the relocations that had been done or that had been requested. And as you can see, and as you can hear from all members here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have so many such petitions on land matters, especially for relocation of people, which are still pending within the Ministry of Lands. We wish that the Ministry of Lands can also amalgamate all the pending resettlements and do one resettlement. Where my headquarters is, for example, in Kobujoy, is actually land that was that was excised from the forest land, the Nandi South forest land. But up to today, Mr. Speaker, that land has never been degazetted and actually given to the various ministries that are occupying that particular land. It's all government entities. So even as we do this, we also help or wish that the Ministry of Lands, together with Ministry of Forestry, fast tracks the proper excisement of the land that was being excised and the relocation of these people who are living in the forest. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Cases.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this moment also to weigh in on the issue majorly touching on education sector. Mr. Speaker, the hardship allowance and how it has been administered for quite some time, I would dare say it is so selective, in that you'll find some areas with extreme hands in the same locality, but with different geographical treatment. A case in hand is in Keses constituency. We have two locations, that is Timboroa location, Olenguse location, and Ndungulu location. These are the areas with extreme weather conditions. Majorly is Timboroa location, that the cold situation is on the higher side. The survival of teachers who are posted on that area is at risk. And the other day, when reversing of the delocalization had been undertaken, the schools around that area, as we talk now, have suffered much. Teachers have had to move back to where they came from, and now the number of staff that are teaching the children around that area has been reduced. Schools now are suffering, and all the reason around this one is the weather conditions is not humane enough for these particular teachers who are brought up from different warm areas. And I dare say that we need to have a clear definition of the word hardship, because some points hardship is regarding the terrains, looking at the aspect of arid areas, but there are some hands that it's not arid, but the situation is dire. And therefore, I would want to call upon the Ministry of Education and Commission TSC to reconsider and look at teachers. We have a scenario where Tinderet constituency is enjoying the hardship allowance, being an hardship area. Neighboring location of Timboroa on the same border are not enjoying this one. And therefore, it is suffering. So teachers are moving from one hand to the other hand. So the students, the pupils, the learners around that area are not given fair treatment like the pupils from the other area. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon this.
Point of order. Yes, Omboko Milemba.
Very rare, Honorable Speaker, and not with any prejudice. But 2-3 days ago, we were doing the budget here, and most of these honorable members were in the House. And I pleaded with them, we pleaded with them, that these teachers are spread all over your constituencies, and that all this will come back to you. Because even if we speak about Teacher Service Commission, the budget was here recently, and we pleaded with you to increase that budget so that those teachers would get those house allowances and even the hardship allowances, including confirming the PNP. Honorable Speaker, members were not serious on that. So it really is in the House here. This is where the rubber meets the road. We have to allocate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Cases MP, I think you are done. Okay, give him the mic. You are giving the mic to somebody behind him.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, it's good to remind my senior, policy dictates the budget direction. So when we sort out the policy issues on aspect of hardship allowance, then it will inform the budget direction. So I want to submit this, Mr. Speaker, with honesty. Let us create fairness in the sector so that the children of Kenya, of the Republic of Kenya, receive its fair treatment in access to education. Thank you so much.
Member for Narok North, Mama Pareo.
Giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this issue on education. Narok North is a constituency that has really been hit by the shortage of teachers. And I remember 3 months ago, before this house, I brought a question that was asking TSC to consider Narok North as a hardship area. And up to today, I have not received any response from TSC, while we have schools that have a population of about 600 pupils with 2 teachers, because the neighboring constituencies are beneficiaries of the hardship allowances. So to me, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know why I have not received any response from TSC, yet with the schools in my constituency are really going under they are understaffed, and the teachers cannot deliver to the pupils as the way they are supposed to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Omongina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity so that I can also support the petition from Mheshimiwa Chonga. Mr. Speaker, in Kenya we say that education is free to every student. But indeed, this is just a fallacy. Because in some areas where students are supposed to get that free education, there are no teachers. And the reason being that the teachers are always moving away, especially from those hardship areas. So as Parliament, we need to seriously look into what is really happening. Who are these who are demarcating areas which are hardship and areas which are not hardship? And how come that those which are very hardship, teachers who are there are never given hardship allowance? So my point is that we must be appraised that there is no free education in Kenya, because in some areas our students are not getting that education because of what has been done through not saying exactly where the hardship areas are and what is supposed to be remunerated to those who are teaching there. And so they always move out as they are posted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Elachi, we should wind up on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also just want to raise my voice, Mr. Speaker, when we are talking of hardships of teachers. I think when you look at Nairobi and you realize a teacher walks into a class and there's 200 seated awaiting one teacher to teach and maybe to teach nearly all subjects, then when it is hardship, then Nairobi takes the bigger chunk of what is called hardship. When you look at rent, when you look at how the teacher right now with fuel cost that is very high, from where the teacher is coming from to the school, I think they are going through a lot. So even as we speak about all this, Mr. Speaker, one of the things we need to ask ourselves as the House, the President added more teachers. We just need to see how they were spread. Let us see how we are balancing now all the counties. Before even we start now talking about that hardship, can we see the numbers across board so that we know which county has the highest teachers of TSC, which county has the highest number of BOM teachers who don't have enough teachers who are under TSC. Then from there, we are able now to ask ourselves, due to this high cost of living, does it mean now all counties are hardship areas so that teachers cannot transfer going all over? That way, Mr. Speaker, we will have helped the country to balance this issue of teachers, knowing very well whether we employ how many, we will still have scarce teachers. But more importantly, as I finalize, Mr. Speaker, the junior secondary school, we need to get it right as we move on together so that we don't go back to the same challenges we are facing. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
The chair of public petitions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to speak first as a member of Parliament for Kitui East, and maybe say something about as a member of the chair for Public Petitions Committee.
As a member of the Public Petitions Committee, you have no business saying anything here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance.
To you.
Yeah, I would want to go back to my initial assertions as a member of
Speak for your constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most of these petitions are touching on the lives of common mwananchi, whom we are representing here. These petitions are coming in forms of members bringing the petitions for on behalf of the public, or members of public looking for ways of getting the petitions to your desk, and eventually you give it to us. Mr. Speaker, we have, most of them have been worked on. My concern is administrative in this House, Mr. Speaker. As much as we discuss the petitions, there are recommendations on the reports. And some of the reports never manage to get to the floor of the House to be discussed. They go straight to the implementation committee. I don't know whether, if the standing orders do not allow for the implementation committee to get time and actually give a review to members on how far they have gone on certain reports and the implementations. I think, Mr. Speaker, you can help us, members as honorable of the country, if through your directive, we can have the implementation committee getting some slot in the hours provided to give a feedback on how far they are gone in terms of following up for implementation of these proposals. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I've heard so many members, and I share the same sentiments. Members, it is the Public Service Commission which has the mandate of declaring a place, whether it can be an hardship area or not, whether it's a municipality and it can benefit from enhanced house allowance or not. But the sector public service boards like the TSC, JSC cannot. It is the preserve of the Public Service Commission that they communicate to the relevant sector service commissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In fact, Chairman, what you are complaining about is already authority vested in you and your committee, because Standing Order 227 2 reads, the Public Petitions Committee may recommend that a report on a petition be considered for debate in the House. So the discretion lies with you. When you have done with the petition, you communicate to the petitioner, you send a copy to the clerk, and if, in your opinion, you believe the matter is sufficiently important to be debated by this House, you recommend so to the clerk. Then it will find its way to the floor for debate. So the authority is vested in your committee. And as I commit these petitions to your committee, the chairman of education, I'm sure you're taking judicial notice of the avalanche of petitions and matters hardship that is within your competence. You would, suo motu, move to deal with this matter even as it's running through the public petitions, because if you listen to the member for Nyando, he replayed exactly what he said last week on another petition, and many other members as well. That should trigger you on your own motion, as you are granted by the standing orders, to engage the TSC, the ministry, on this matter, and bring a report to the House, or do whatever you can to alleviate the complaints that we are getting on a daily basis. Thank you. Yes, Melly? Oh, sorry.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think the committee has got taste of this matter severally. It affects across the country. But one time when we took it up to Teacher Service Commission, the Teacher Service Commission said that the department that is vested with the power of allocating an area hardship lies in the office of the President. So the Teacher Service Commission are only implementing what the Directorate of Personnel Management has done to them. So I have actually been consulting with my colleague here, Chair Public Petition, and I also guided him actually the right CS to come before this House and to answer this issue is the CS Interior and Coordination of National Government, who will be in a position now to declare several parts of the Republic hardship or not hardship, and circumstances under which every other place are going to be gazetted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We shall actually do as guided.
Thank you. Because the questions, Chairman, yes, being raised by the member for Nyando Why should Muhoroni be hardship and not Nyando? Why should Nyakachi be hardship and not Nyando? And that's your neighborhood. And you live in that area, you know the difference. Yes. So you should have some rationale in declaring an area hardship. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, actually, what the Honorable Meli has said is preempted what I wanted to say. I think, Honorable Speaker, we need to call the Minister for Public Service to this House, the new Minister, Moses Kuria, to come and give us a program on how he will actually give us these hardship areas. Apart from teachers, Honorable Speaker, there are many government officers that suffer, police officers that suffer. There are people who work in government ministries that have been posted to these areas, not just teachers. The same way the teachers suffer, the same way the civil servants also suffer, and even county government officers. So what we need to do is a comprehensive review of the areas that are hardship areas. And I think the new minister has displayed energy on this matter. So I think what we need to do is that you give direction that he be summoned here so that he can come and give Parliament a program on when and how he will make sure that these areas are declared hardship, so that it is not just an issue of the Ministry of Education. I thank you.
Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following in the Speaker's Gallery: Kenyatta University students pursuing political studies from Roysambu in Nairobi. And in the public gallery, Masai Mara University, I believe it's students from Narok North, Narok County. On your behalf and on my own behalf, we welcome them to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, before I lay the papers, I'd like to say that, remind members that tomorrow we have a sitting in the morning, being a Thursday. We usually don't have a sitting in the morning, but we will have a sitting as we agreed in the procedural motion for tomorrow, Thursday, and the following Thursday too, and the next Thursday, so that members are prepared. Secondly, if you allow me also to acknowledge my alma mater, Kenyatta University. Students are here. I want to tell them that I was there too, and many other members here.
Majority Leader, I've given you authority to lay papers.
All right, I want to do exactly that. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 22nd November 2023, the afternoon sitting. 1, report of the 16th meeting of the Bureau of East Africa Community Speakers of the National Legislatures and the East African Legislative Assembly held on 16th November 2023 in Juba, South Sudan. 2nd, reports of the Auditor General and the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and certificates therein in respect of A, Kenya Electricity Generating Company PLC, Global Fund Tuberculosis Project, Ministry of Health, East African Portland Cement PLC, Center of Excellence in Sustainable Agriculture and Agribusiness Management for Egerton University, integrated programs to build resilience to climate change and adaptive capacity of vulnerable communities in Kenya, National Environmental Management Authority, East Africa Skills Transformation and Regional Integration Project, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, KCNP, Kenya Transport Sector Project, Kenya National Highways Authority, Multinational Arusha Holili Taveta Voi Road Corridor Development Project, the Kenya National Highways Authority, Nuno Modogashe Road Project, and the National Information Platform for Food Security and Nutrition Project, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Wamshomba. Okay. Committee of Implementation, Wanjala.
Yes.
They have listed on the order paper that is Wamshomba to make the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was also equally wondering.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to reply the statement by the Honorable Gathoni Wamuchomba, MP, on the development of policy on standardization and production of school uniforms in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Implementation is established in consonancy with the National Assembly Standing Order 209. The committee shall scrutinize the resolution of the House, including adopted committee reports, petitions, and the undertakings given by the National Executive, and examine whether or not such decisions and undertakings have been implemented, and where implemented, the extent to which they have been implemented, and whether such National Assembly standing orders implementation has taken place within the minimum time necessary, and whether or not legislation passed by the House has been operationalized, and where operationalized, the extent to which such operationalization has taken place within the minimum time necessary. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 47, the Honorable Gathoni Wamuchomba moved a notice of motion in regards to development of policy on standardization and production of school uniforms. This resulted into a resolution being passed on the 8th March 2023. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member elucidated in her motion that she was concerned about the cost of uniforms, which has continued to escalate, thus becoming prohibitively expensive for the poorest within the community, with some schools demanding that parents pay uniform money to specific school accounts, a move that locks out many children whose parents cannot afford the expensive uniforms as listed by schools. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member on 5th of October 2023 further requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Implementation regarding the implementation of resolution on standardization and production of school uniforms in the country. Honorable Speaker's Committee of Implementation, as per the dictates of Standing Order 209, the committee summoned the Cabinet Secretary in charge of education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, on the 24th October 2023, to follow up on the operationalization of the resolution. He stated that it was during the time of the resolution that His Excellency the President had already constituted the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform, with a wide mandate to review various aspects of Kenya's education system on financing of basic education. The views of stakeholders on school uniform were captured and stated that school uniforms are expensive for parents because school administrations collude with suppliers and force parents to purchase from a specific supplier identified by the school administration. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary duly informed the committee that the Working Party recommended that the Ministry of Education should provide guidelines to regulate and liberalize the questions of school uniforms in basic education institutions. The ministry is currently working to implement these recommendations, which will address the concerns that were noted in the resolution by the House. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education have put measures to further the edicts of Article 53(1)(b), which provides for the right of every child to free and compulsory basic education. Through a circular dated 30th May 2023, which is attached here under reference number MOE/HQS/3/13/3, regional and county directors of education were directed to do as follows: ensure that the stoppage or practices where schools stock uniforms and compel parents to buy them or direct the parents to purchase uniforms from specific dealers and not process the names of non-compliant schools for necessary actions within the provisions of the law. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary accentuated the importance of the same by highlighting Regulation 67.3 of the Basic Education Regulations 2015, which stipulates that no institutions shall prescribe a specific supplier of school uniforms or any other materials for the parent or guardian. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary also issued a directive in preparation of the Form 1 intake in 2024 to the effect of 1. No school will direct parents to any particular outlet for the purpose of purchasing uniforms, and no school will stock any uniforms and boarding-related items whatsoever. And 2, no school will stock any uniforms and boarding-related items whatsoever. Honorable Speaker, the letter is attached. Honorable Speaker, as the committee chair of this formidable and high-regarded committee, the committee would like to summon those various school heads that have abrogated the stipulated rules by the ministry to serve as an example to the rest. I hereby submit and ask honorable members that this is core to our parents, to our poor parents. You must guard against it, and I table this so that you photocopy and make sure you go and tell our parents not to allow those nonsense to happen again in our country.
Tomba, do you have anything to say? I see you are listed on the order paper erroneously.
Yes, I think listing of my name in the order paper just tells you how many people have fallen in love with me. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize and acknowledge the statement that has been given by the chairperson in charge of implementation committee, the Honorable Wanjara, who is also my senior and my friend. I appreciate that he has taken time to come up with that very heavy statement. And I also appreciate that he understands that there's a lot of pressure that is coming from our parents who have suffered for a long time in the hands of school administrators, school principals and teachers who dictate where to buy uniform, which uniform, how much to buy, and when to buy, which is against the law, the competition authority laws that govern forces of markets. However, appreciating that the statement has been laid on the table of the House this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, as a parent, I'm still not satisfied. My prayer through this House, Honorable Speaker, please protect me from the members who are ahead of me, in front of me. Thank you. Mr. Speaker,
Order, one
my
has run
prayer,
away, the other one is sitting down. Now you are safe.
my prayer to this House, Mr. Speaker, behind the motion that I tabled and we debated unanimously, was to ask the Ministry of Education to come up with a policy. Instead of them coming up with a policy, which is a binding document that any teacher that contravenes that policy can be taken to the court of law, they have taken a shortcut and they have issued a circular. My question is, that is a very single parent in Budalangi constituency who has been suffering through this exploitation of uniform purchase. Will that parent get to know there is a circular? Mr. Speaker, a circular is a document that is used for internal communication. It is a document that is going to be used by the school administrators and school managers and their administration. But the parents are not aware there is a circular. So come January, the same problem I've been fighting of exploitation will be repeated, Mr. Speaker. So why is the ministry running away from coming up with a policy, a document that can be tabled anywhere and can be used in the court of law should the parents be exploited and feel that their rights have been violated. Mr. Speaker, as a lawmaker, in line with Article 53 of the Kenyan Constitution that provides for the rights...
Wanjala, what are you doing? And even if she was, you have no right to just stand up and pretend that you want to contribute to a matter. Wanjala, you are totally out of order. And she correctly described you as her senior. So you know the rules better, in my estimation. Carry on, Mshomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. Mr. Wanjala should be informed that the woman for the job is on the microphone. Mr. Speaker, as a lawmaker and a representative of the people, it is our duty as lawmakers to defend the Constitution of Kenya on behalf of the children of Kenya who have no voice. But we have a voice, and that is why we are in this house. In line with Article 53, Mr. Speaker, that provides for the right of all children to access free basic education in Kenya and access equality in uniform and be protected from exploitation. As a mover of this motion, I am not satisfied with the response I have received from the Ministry of Education, and I still insist that the prayer that I prayed, supported by this honorable house, be honored, and a policy on uniform regulation and standardization be made and put in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Who do you want to inform?
To inform the Chair, Committee on Implementation.
Just make a comment. He's
Chair.
not on the floor. You only inform a member.
Yes.
Who is on the floor.
Most Vice Chair, Honorable Speaker.
Yes,
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform Honorable Muchomba that the matter that he has prosecuted this afternoon is a matter that is before court. Honorable Chair, I've heard the chairman on the Committee on Implementation citing circulars by the Ministry of Education purporting to stop head teachers of schools from getting uniforms from suppliers. Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the House that pursuant to a High Court petition number 5 of 2023 before the High Court of Kenya Chuka, the High Court issued a conservatory order restraining the Ministry of Education from implementing the circular that was issued by the Ministry of Education. So, Mr. Speaker, the matter is active before court, and therefore it is sub judice.
Thank you, Wakili. Yes, Elachi?
Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate that, I don't think the orders were meant for Parliament, and therefore this is a matter of very, very, very serious public interest, where we are about to have the last 844 joining high school. You can imagine how many children are about to just join school in January, and we are here at Parliament trying to imagine how the high cost of living is, and we are talking about school fees and then uniforms, and we cannot indeed tell parents that they cannot go to any shop they can afford. I think what Parliament is saying is that we want parents to be able to afford so that each child can get a uniform. And therefore, for me, Mr. Speaker, we must ask the Chair of Implementation that indeed the Ministry of Education must ensure every child has a right to go to school, to afford a school uniform, and therefore we must agree as this House that school uniform must be affordable to all our parents, and my parents who are in the slum areas in Nairobi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support what the Chair Implementation has just put it. That school uniform has become so inhibitive to learning, to an extent that schools, principals, and even some in the education sector have formed a cartel system, where at one time they direct parents to specific stores or shops to buy schools where they get their cut there. Honorable Speaker, a school uniform should not actually stop a child from attending
Chairman,
classes.
that's a very serious allegation against
Yes.
teachers. Do you have evidence?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why I'm talking tough on that, Mr. Speaker, I don't have particular evidence because I have seen where some parents are directed to go to specific areas to go and buy uniform, Mr. Speaker. Why don't you allow the parent to buy any uniform anywhere for his or her child? And two, these uniforms that the parents are actually buying for their children, this is their child. Allow him or her to buy the uniform where he or she likes. And two, these stores that are actually selling this particular uniform have specific price tags. 12,000, 13,000, 2 pairs, 20,000 shillings. That's quite expensive, Mr. Speaker. So actually, let us actually go follow that particular implementation committee report and have parents buy affordable uniform for students. Thank you.
Lillian Kogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And just as a by the way, probably the chair is mentioning this because he was an immediate former school principal, so he may have been, but that is just as a by the way. Honorable Speaker, I want to mention this. Where in the first place did the idea of school uniforms come from? Why don't we just scrap school uniforms from our schools, because it is making life so difficult for our parents. The school fees is high. Why in the first place are we letting our children put on uniforms when they are going to school? Honorable Speaker, I should propose that we should have a system that is just going to scrap off this story of school fees and story of uniforms, so that our parents are probably let to only pay for school fees. We find that the next debate you are going to have here, Honorable Speaker, is the raised school fees, because national schools are supposed to pay 53,000. And as it were, it goes to 90,000 in some schools, it goes to about 83,000. There is no standard. There is no standard fees. So I should propose, Honorable Speaker, as a member of this House, that we should just scrap all these suckers of school uniforms, and our children should be allowed to go to school in peace. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Lillian, are you saying that if you scrap uniforms, children will go to school without clothes?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. They will not go to school without clothes, but they don't also stay home naked, Honorable Speaker. So somehow parents are going to devise ways and means of taking our children to school, because it is a headache. The reason why I raise this, Honorable Speaker, is that life is already so costly. Life is so expensive and unbearable for parents. So if we could just remove the 20, 30, 15,000 that is used for school fees, I think it's going to get the burden off our parents. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I don't want to escalate this. Can we end here on that? We'll ask now the implementation chairman has given you a report. You know what to do with it. What I don't understand, you members, is you are turning yourself into a house of lamentations. You run your CDF. You have women and youths in your constituencies. Why don't you set them up in business to knit uniform for schools within your jurisdiction at affordable rates and create wealth within your own areas? It's within your powers to make these decisions. I don't understand why you are lamenting. Let's go to... Let the chips lie where they fell. Angela, what is it?
I thought you asked me to respond.
Pardon?
You asked me to respond.
There is nothing to respond to. You gave a report. Members have made comments. It was not a debate to call you to reply. We leave it there. It will journey to the next level in the ordinary manner. I'll now give the floor to Senior Counsel Tienda Molo to say something different.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Order.
The Deputy Leader of Majority tabled various reports, and among them was the report of the meeting of the Bureau of speakers of the East African community, which was tabled, and it's of 34 pages. And Mr. Speaker, it bears comment because it has provisions that are relevant to members in barely 10 days. So with your permission, Mr. Speaker, let me first congratulate you and the rest of the speakers for that 16th meeting of the Bureau of Speakers, which was held on the 16th of this month in Juba. Mr. Speaker, allow me also on behalf of this Parliament to congratulate the Speaker of the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is the incoming chairperson of the Bureau of Speakers, but has also recently been elected as the President of the Interparliamentary Union. As a member of the East African community, we are proud of that. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to indicate to the members, as contained in the report, that the next set of the East African Community Legislative Assembly Games will be held from 7th December to 18th December.
Order, Honorable Meli and Wamshomba. There are rooms behind the Speaker's chair. If you want to have a conversation, you are free to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Honorable Wamuchomba and the Honorable Meli are encouraged to make use of those rooms. Mr. Speaker, allow me to repeat to the members for preparation purposes.
Members who are keen on going to Rwanda for Iyala Games, you better listen to what Otienda Molo is saying.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these games will be held between 7th and 18th of December in Kigali, Rwanda, under the theme for a progressive, peaceful, and all-inclusive East African community. Two things that members should note that is different from prior games. One is that all the disciplines, except athletics, will only have the participation of members only, without staff. That is the resolution that is contained in this report. Secondly, all members will be electronically identified. And as we speak, through the Speaker and the Clerk's office, they have already complied as a legislative assembly, and all the electronic and biodata details of all the members have already been shared for those purposes. This is to ensure that the complaints we've had before, that there are some member states who bring non-members to play, will never happen again. In addition, Mr. Speaker, it is important to tell the members that it was resolved that after Kigali, the 14th session of these games will be held in Kenya next year. And obviously, we will have a discussion around that in terms of how it's to be. I urge that when we have that discussion, we will need to consider two things. One is that this report resolves that although this 13th session is members only, except for athletics, and we will talk about that, from the 14th session, it has been recommended that we hold members-only games and staff-only games. And so it means as a country we will have to deliberate around that. We will also deliberate in terms of the venue, and I think decentralization encourages us to move from Nairobi. We will decide where it is. The Honorable Owen Bayer will be highly welcome to the Kavirondo area, for example, which he has rarely visited. Members, this is important because the purpose of these games is to deepen and widen cooperation. Well, okay. It's deepening, widening, and strengthening.
It is deepening, widening, and tightening. That is the slogan.
I am duly corrected by the Speaker. Strengthening, widening, deepening, and tightening. The whole purpose of these members is this familiarity will actually encourage us to reduce hostilities within the region and to enhance unity towards an East African Union. And therefore, we do not take them for granted. In that respect, I am quite happy, Mr. Speaker, reading page 21 of the report, that Kenya as a country has done very well. Of the member countries, Kenya is the one country that does not owe any money to the East African Community, Kitty. And I think that is something to be commended. I want to say lastly, Mr. Speaker, that I'm very happy that as a Parliament of Kenya, we are sending 14 different disciplines. We have always had the strongest delegation, we have always won these trophies, and we intend to keep winning. And I want to urge the members who are not involved in any discipline, in my capacity as the captain of the football team, I urge you to get something to do. If not volleyball, do netball. If not netball, do basketball. If not basketball, do football. If none, Honorable Mbaya, get to the tug of war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Moya? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the Senior Council have put it very well. But just for record, Honorable Speaker, the mission of the community is to widen, deepen the economic, political, social, culture integration. But one member in Juba did indicate also to tighten, which I have no problem. We can tighten and strengthen. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, the overall objective of East African Game is to foster the regional integration of the community. And the regional integration is not only based on trade, one-stop border post, and the like. The socio-culture aspect is key to regional integration, considering the 4 pillars, and the utmost goal of the community is the political federation. So time and again, when we integrate through sports, we get to learn our community in terms of culture and understand them. Honorable Speaker, in regard to this, as the custodian of regional integration, the Committee of Regional Integration is requesting through your office to let as many members of regional integration attend these sports in Rwanda. As much as I encourage them to join me in the field, I do play volleyball and they play with me. But Honorable Speaker, I request if you may direct that in this particular year, you allow a number of members, and in the future, we shall encourage most of them to join in the field. The reason is that I have learned Uganda, Tanzania have side sessions within the games, and I already spoke in this house and made it for record that come next year, we intend to have a conference for 7 partner state regional integration committee with each country's budget chair, so that we resolve the matters of budget in East Africa once and for all. So it will be a good opportunity for you, Honorable Speaker, to consider the members of regional integration. Thank you.
Can you write to the Speaker to that effect?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will make that letter immediately.
Okay. Member for Jebalungu, you want to say something on this? Or something different?
No, it's the same.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. As I actually make my points and comments on what Honorable Otiendo Omolo talked about, that now this year, that we are only going to allow only members. I was simply wondering what will happen to the young members of Parliament who sits next to me, Lel Mengit. How will he be able to make his talent be of good use? They want to widen, to deepen, and to tighten. I was just wondering if we could allow a few of the staff members to accompany. It will be of great fun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That is a very invalid argument. Yes, Jen Kihara. Is that Jen Kihara? Give the mic to Jen Kihara, member for Jebalungu. Just go and play.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the remarks of the Senior Council. I have had a chance of traveling to CPA, where we meet people from this region, that integration
tells me that when I see somebody from Uganda, that's my brother. And in fact, when we are like voting, we vote together so that when these Europeans talk of LGBTQ, we are able to identify with ourselves from the region. Mr. Speaker, about the sports, I am in the tug of war team. And I can put it here that...
And rightly so.
I am the anchor of the ladies' team. I would like to challenge the members of parliament, many members of parliament. I don't think they'll have a full team if they're not helped by the staff. Please, honorable members, let us fill these teams. Let us engage with our members of parliament from the region and get to know them. They get to know us so that we are able to enhance friendship and that understand our cultural beings so that as a community, as a region, we are strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Musa Sirma, what is, give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Having been a minister in the Ministry of East African Community, I want to urge Mr. Speaker to give Kenya the opportunity to participate. We are the biggest economy in the region, and we need to be seen as the biggest, not only in terms of figures, but even in persons. So we want to join up with other East African community so that we deepen these relations and have all other countries also benchmark on us being great people of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Next order. Members, you've heard the communication. It was also decided at the Bureau that even as our staff will participate in athletics, their performance will not aggregate the overall performance of any country team. The overall performance will only be judged on the participating teams of members only. So those of you who are not in any teams, it's up to you to join and play. I believe my friend McClap will be in the tug of war. Next order.
Order number 8, the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 61 of 2022. Second reading, question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Yeah. Order, honorable member walking out, take the nearest seat. Those members on their feet, can you take your seats? Order, honorable members, take your seats. Is that KJ? Honorable members, I'm satisfied there's quorum to put the question, and I now put the question at order number 8, that the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 61 of 2022, be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation of assisted reproductive technology, to prohibit certain practices in connection with assisted reproductive technology, to establish an assisted reproductive technology directorate, to make provision in relation to children born of assisted reproductive technology processes and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 9, the Appellate Jurisdiction Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Appellate Jurisdiction Act.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10, the Employment Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Employment Act 2007 and for connected purposes.
Thank you. As we got the next order, honorable members, tomorrow the Speaker will be delivering a ruling on your attire and the etiquette in the House and in committees. What will be ruled on how you dress and conduct yourself here will bind you in committees as well. So as the Speaker will enforce the rules here, every chairman of committee will be enjoined to enforce the same rule in the committees. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of the consolidated fund services expenditures for the supplementary estimates number 1 of 2023-2024.
Chairman, Public Debt and Privatization Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the consolidated fund services under the supplementary estimates 1 for the financial year 23-24, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 16th November 2023. Honorable Speaker, this is the 4th report of the consolidated fund services expenditures to be tabled in this House. I want to thank members of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee who have continued to work diligently since this committee was formed, and for the good recommendations that they have been adopted by this House on the management of the CFS expenses. Honorable Speaker, consolidated fund services constitute mandatory expenditures that are direct charge to the consolidated fund and do not form part of the appropriation bill subject to Article 221 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the CFS expenditures are expected to increase to Kenya shillings 2.08 trillion in the revised estimates from Kenya shillings 1.84 trillion in the approved estimates, and represents an increase of 242.5 billion Kenya shillings. This is also the first time the CFS expenditures have exceeded the Kenya shillings 2 trillion mark. Honorable Speaker, the consolidated fund services expenditures are the largest expenditure component of the national government, and there is need to enhance the oversight capacity of the National Assembly over these expenditures in order to promote transparency and accountability. This may require the enhancement of the National Assembly standing orders to provide for adequate reporting requirements, audits, reports, and setting the procedures for processing CFS expenditures once a budget estimates are submitted to the National Assembly for consideration. Honorable Speaker, due to the increase effected by the supplementary one estimates, total CFS expenditures will increase by 33%, translating to Kenya shillings 2.08 trillion, comprising of the following. 1. Public debt servicing expenditures, 1.87 trillion. 2. Pensions expenditures, Kenya shillings 189 billion. Salaries and allowances, Kenya shillings 4.74 billion. Miscellaneous services, Kenya shillings 60 million, and the guaranteed debt 18.9 billion. Honorable Speaker, it's important to note that the increase in CFS expenditure indicates the increase of expenditures that are largely non-productive and decrease the fiscal space available to implement other critical government activities. A reduction of CFS expenditure, primarily debt servicing expenditures, will be key in ensuring that budgetary outlays have an increased role in economic development. Honorable Speaker, the increase in CFS expenditure is driven by increase in public debt servicing expenditures, which constitutes Kenya shillings 1.87 trillion, or 90% of the expenditures under the CFS. This increase was as a result of broad currency depreciation that increased the debt servicing bill. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that the committee recommends that the National Treasury submits to this House within 90 days a report proposing measures to reduce public debt servicing expenditure by Kenya shillings 500 billion over a 5-year period and open up fiscal space for increasing development expenditure by a similar amount. Honorable Speaker, during the consultations with stakeholders, it was noted that there is need to stabilize the exchange rate and prevent or slow down further currency depreciation through increasing the amount of foreign direct investment increasing economic output, targeting export markets, and increasing both donor and grant financing and the efficient utilization of the same. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that there is need for the enhancement of the 5 key priorities of the bottom-up transformation agenda, that is being agriculture, MSMEs, affordable housing, digital and the creative economy and health, by including 1, export-driven manufacturing, mining sector, financial and insurance sector, in order to enhance their contribution to GDP growth. Honorable Speaker, these sectors are critical in generation of foreign exchange, earnings, and ordinary revenues, which are also required to meet public debt servicing expenditures. Honorable Speaker, review and enhance policies designed to boost Kenya's tourism industry, propose new policy interventions that will increase diaspora remittances and the role of the diaspora in promoting economic growth, and 4, undertake economic reforms and establish domestic environment to attract foreign direct investment and international investors. Honorable Speaker, on salaries for holders of constitutional and independent offices, we continue to observe that there's a consistent over-budgeting of the salaries, which are reduced during subsequent supplementary estimates. This is a matter that the committee has raised in its report on the Consolidated Fund Services Expenditure for Supplementary 2, financial year 22-23, and on the approval budget estimates tabled on the 21st of June 2023. Honorable Speaker, the committee has therefore recommended that the Auditor General undertakes a special audit on the salaries for state officers over the past 5 years and submits a report to this House. Similarly, the National Treasury will be required to submit to this House a report detailing actual expenditures over the past 5 years and to ascertain the actual status of that expenditure. Honorable Speaker, other recommendations made by the committee include: the National Treasury submits to the National Assembly regulations guiding the sustainable use of the overdraft facility, since the committee noted that the overdraft was being operated as a long-term facility, leading to incurrence of high interest costs and lack of flexibility of the liquidity threshold. 2, within 90 days, the National Treasury and Office of the Attorney General submits to the House amendments to the Public Finance Act of 2012, measures to prevent incurrence of commitment fees. The committee noted that part of the cost of the loans was commitment fees on undisbursed loans, which was increasing the debt service bill. Honorable Speaker, it's my humble undertaking to move and ask Honorable Omboko Milemba to second. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, as I second, I want to actually tell the House that you always speak about issues of foreign debt, and there are issues that you always speak on even when you are in the meetings that happen back in the constituency. That the same way we speak about the foreign debt having increased, that by the year 2013, our foreign debt was about 1.89 trillion. And since 2013, when Kibaki was the president of this country, it has increased all the way such that in 2022 and 2023, we are talking about a foreign debt of 8.588 trillion. Indeed, the effect of this is that we are paying the debt. Honorable Speaker, as we pay that debt, it means that the payments that used to be there originally have increased. And that is what the CFS expenditure is all about. The CFS expenditure, which actually accommodates a direct charge on 3 items, that is the foreign debt payments, the pensions, and also the salaries of constitutional officers, have deeply and widely increased. Today, the payment from this consolidated fund has increased to a whelming 2.08 trillion Kenya shillings. And that is very, very high. And that is the matter that this committee was discussing. That can we reduce this? Because once the payments from the CFS expenditure is very high, then it reduces the space available for other monies to be used on development and any other forms of recurrent expenditure. Honorable Speaker, I would wish to pick out 3 items which we noticed that are really leading to increased CFS expenditure. Number 1 is the issue of commitment fees. Honorable Speaker and members of this House, that there are certain loans this country has taken and which have not even been received and are not working for Kenya. They have not been undertaken, they are not here with us, but we are paying something called commitment fees on these particular loans. And that as the recent study was done, the payment on these loans as commitment fees had risen to as high as 500 million. That is very expensive. Remember, we have not taken the loans yet. We have only negotiated, and they have been negotiated by MDAs, but we don't have the money, yet we are paying all that amount of money to those loans. And that's why the committee has advised, as the mover did indicate, that a report be given on the payment of those particular loans. Honorable Speaker, the other issue, the recent supplementary budget that was in this House, as the mover of the budget committee did indicate, was based on 3 items: the item of education, the item of the exchange rate. I want to pick out the item of the exchange rate, which actually took away a whooping 200 billion, simply because the shilling had fallen. And this is because we are now paying more in form of our debts, both outside and internally. Of the outside debts that we have taken, which you call foreign debts, majority of those debts are paid in either euros or dollars. In fact, dollars form about 67% of all the debts that we have taken, while euros form about 19% of all the foreign debts that we have. So when the shilling weakens, then it means we have to pay more. And that is why it is very important that we then, as recommended by the mover, we actually create a situation where we also have the foreign currency. So how do we do that? And yet, hence the recommendation that we improve on the better model of government, so that it's not just better, but we could even call it better plus, because we need to enhance the foreign currency that is in this country. And this can be enhanced only by increasing the exports so that we have foreign currency. Currently, we are depending only on agriculture to get foreign currency. But we are recommending as a committee that we would expand this to not only include agriculture, but also go to affordable housing, go to creative economy, go to financial insurance sector, and more importantly, go to manufacturing that is export-driven. In that way, we shall be able to get the foreign currency that is really required for us to actually also be able to stabilize the shilling. We had further indicated earlier on that the Treasury possibly needs to come in with hedging mechanisms which are allowed in an economic situation like ours, so that we take these foreign debts in a currency that we can actually be able to be in control of. Could we negotiate so that we are taking the foreign debts in shillings and not dollars, which will depreciate and finally lead us to this kind of situation where we are? Honorable Speaker, as I second, I want also to flag out the issue of the amounts that go to constitutional offices. These are salaries that are paid to constitutional officers, former presidents, and so on and so forth. Recently, you saw the Auditor General indicate that there is some form of planned, or was it budgeted corruption. This committee is addressing this, because at one point, the amounts that were budgeted for salaries of these constitutional offices was about 4.7 billion. But in the supplementary budget, you'll realize that it has been reduced to about 3.7 billion, actually saving a whooping 0.7 billion. Ordinarily, when dealing with salaries, it will be very difficult because salaries are not elastic. It will be very difficult to reduce by such a big margin. It means that it was actually over-budgeted for. And I want this parliament to be very keen about these issues. And that is why the mover of the motion has indicated that we want the Auditor General to go and do a special audit in that particular area so that he may give us the fine details of what could be happening in that area of the salaries that can be budgeted at 4.7 and then reduced, yet the salaries are not elastic. Honorable Speaker, there are issues of pensions which we have dealt with, which include even the pensioners that we are paying who were of the colonial crown. They are based in Britain. They signed an agreement with Kenya to be paid pension in 1973 thereabout, and we are still paying them. We are not sure whether these guys are in existence or not. So the issue of CFS must become an important topic for all the Kenyans, and that is why the mover has actually advised that as a way of making sure that all Kenyans are involved, we actually improve on regular reports to the citizens. We also improve on citizen participation when it comes to issue of CFS expenditure. And we also improve on publishing the financial reports regularly so that the Kenyans can understand how we are dealing with the issue of foreign debt and the payment of foreign debt. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the mover for having also highlighted the measures that the committee has proposed to this House to undertake so that we may deal with the issues of making sure that we are able to manage our foreign debt in a more transparent way than we have been doing before. And has asked the Office of the Auditor General to undertake a special audit on allocations and disbursements over the first 5 years. We have also advised that as Parliament, we get regular reports from Treasury to see not only the foreign debt, but also to know how much we have paid in loans, how many loans we have taken in a quarterly basis, and the projected payments that we have to do with those particular loans. So I want to ask this House to contribute very freely on this report and actually make this country have a stable economy and be able to manage its debts. Formerly, education was the most urgent thing to Kenyans, but currently foreign debt and the economy is extremely urgent. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I'll now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services under the Supplementary Estimates 1 for the year 2023-2024, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 16th November 2023. Jerry Maina, are you queuing for this? No. Lillian Koga, are you queuing for this? No. Beatrice Kamei, are you queuing for this? No. Joseph McClap, are you queuing for this? Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of the public debt presented by our chair. So, Speaker, this is an area that has been left aside for many years as it affects actually the debt stock in this country. Mr. Speaker, the CFS expenditure is a critical expenditure for actually repayment of our debts, pensions, salaries and allowance of commissions, and other miscellaneous services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we were doing this report, we realized that there is a deep error which requires some audit, Mr. Speaker. When we looked at budgets for those constitutional offices, it was actually exorbitantly exaggerated. It was higher in every vote In fact, over 90% of the votes in salaries and allowances of constitutional offices were higher. Mr. Speaker, a case in mind is that of the Comptroller of Budget, Office of the Auditor General, Teacher Service Commission, among other constitutional officers whose resources were enhanced astronomically without due explanation on what has happened. Mr. Speaker, when we look at proposals that we actually give to the National Treasury, it tells you, Mr. Speaker, our loans in this country keep on ballooning because of exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, many members do not know that a change in $1 shilling has a resultant force of 46 billion debt. Mr. Speaker, this debt will be paid by many, many other generations in this country. And there is need to actually, we put proposals on how to actually manage this public debt, Mr. Speaker, or the rise in the exchange rate in our country. Two things, Mr. Speaker, are very fundamental. Why this exponential exchange rate going up every day? Mr. Speaker, number one, the oil marketers, Mr. Speaker, in earlier part of this year, experienced
some money to buy the dryers in the last budget. Because dryers will reduce the post-harvest losses, which has stood up to 40% in this country, to lower. Once you contain the farmers having their revenue, then you reduce the need for even
I think just give him another minute to finish.
Thank you very much, Honorable
And
Speaker.
I can use this opportunity to correct you. It's 90% of the world's pyrethrum in the 70s was produced by Kenya.
We are producing 90%.
Not 70.
Okay, thank you very much for the correction. So we need to focus a lot more on reducing the cost of production. Today we are doing a little bit on soil health. We are trying to do something on provision of water. We have done something on good seed, quality seed. Those three factors determine what you can get from the farming processes: quality seed, soil health, and water provision. Right now we are complaining and lamenting because of the El Nino rains. Honorable Speaker, if we had structures to contain this water in this country, Kenya would be another well-watered country. But we have not invested in that direction, so we need to do that. The moment we do that, we shall increase production and productivity, we shall feed our people effectively, and we shall also be able, therefore, to contain the losses in terms of importation of food. And we shall not lose our foreign exchange in that particular respect. We need to focus a lot more on organizing our farmers. Smallholder farmers are scattered across the landscape of this country. They have not invested in storage facilities. We need to focus on investing in storage facilities and aggregation. The more we aggregate, the more we realize the potential for industrialization. The government focus on industrial parks and aggregation and industrial park is a move in the right direction. We will soon realize the potential we have. But we have to be very careful not to allow middlemen alone to use these industrial parks or the storage capacity that the government is creating, because we shall perpetuate the middleman aspect instead of supporting those who are in production. We need to reduce imports in oil crops or oil products because we have the capacity to produce oil in this country.
Mr. Speaker, systems should be put in place by the government to have this encouraged, and this will draw foreign currencies into our country. Tourism activities is another way that we should look at. And recently, Honorable Speaker, when I was going for African parliamentarians meeting, African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption in Arusha 2 weeks ago, I happened to have boarded the same plane with a raft of tourists who had just transited through Kenya to go to Kilimanjaro. And at one point, the tourist industry was very vibrant, Honorable Speaker. I think we should do whatever it takes. We should conduct ourselves in such a manner that we should rethink our story. We should rethink our system. We should look at where did the rain start beating us, that even now our neighbors are able to get more tourists than us. And even if they are not more, they prefer going there. We really need to, because I should think we have places in Kenya here where these tourists can go hiking. So we really need to revamp our tourist industry, and we should also, Honorable Speaker, undertake to increase our export, Honorable Speaker. We need to increase our export. Most people abroad, and if you go out, Honorable Speaker, you cannot afford a pair of jeans that is made in Kenya at our EPZs, Honorable Speaker. So we should encourage activities, Honorable Speaker, that allows us to export more goods. This country, Honorable Speaker, is agriculture-based, and more often than not, the produce that we give, we don't put so much chemicals in it. We should have systems, Honorable Speaker, that should allow for more export of our agricultural produce. We should encourage the exportation from our mining systems, Honorable Speaker, but more so, Honorable Speaker, we should increase a share of grant financing of the national budget and safeguard the usage of the same. I thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Wanjiku Muhia, member for Kipipiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to have a voice on this matter. And Honorable Speaker, I once said in this House that we need to relook at the PFM Act. Maybe this House may need to make some amendment so that anytime the country is going to borrowing way, the debt intended to be incurred be brought to this House, be analyzed, debated upon, because, Honorable Speaker, I think it will call the experts who advise government in borrowing to be professional patriotics of our country. Honorable Speaker, when we are going by SGR from Nairobi to Mombasa, you see several buildings. I don't know if they are offices or they are houses, not in any use. This is a debt that was incurred, was not wisely spent, and was misused. So perhaps if SGR debt was brought to this House, instead of our country getting several billions, maybe we could have said, as members, representatives of the people, custodian of the people's interest, we do not need these so many offices, but because of the appetite of the people leading to us, if we are not very careful and keen and patriotic enough, they will just give any figures and we will go signing, and then we shall have this much to pay. Either way, Honorable Speaker, members have spoken of production. Nyandarua County is one of the known counties which was producing pyrethrum in tonnage. This is one avenue where we could earn dollars. So it is up to our government now to relook at the production area where we have avenues of earning forex or foreign money so that we can continue to increase our port rather than making it empty. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak from a regional view and say probably this issue, particularly of dollars and forex, will come to an end when we have a common currency. Some years back, Kenya felt like the big brothers, and anytime we brought the subject of common currency, Kenyans felt like who will carry country A, country X. But as a matter of fact, today, I think that conversation is not there anymore. When we have common currency, as a country, as a bloc, we can be able to negotiate for these debts very strongly. We know some countries like China also having the appetite to lend. So if we shall have a common approach as a region, and there is no way they will lend to us in dollars other than East African shillings, they will have no choice. They'll have to lend us with our common currency. So I think it is time the council decisions that have been postponing the time frame from 2019, 2024, currently we are estimating to have a common currency at 2030, maybe to review, because times and interest are changing. A common currency will help us in international trade, particularly in cost of conversion. Economically developing countries will not grow with an unstable currency. How will we make a foreign currency stable? It is not possible. But if the currency belongs to us, it is possible. But then again, we may not be able to control the world macro and microeconomics alone as a country, but as a region. Today we boast to have 7 partner states within our region. We are still growing. Somalia is coming on board. Who knows, in future, Ethiopia may be on board. When we have a block of almost 10 countries, that is huge enough to dictate how the economy of this region would move, in particular through the currency. With that, I support, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kwanza, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the chance. I want to say that we are lamenting on the problems we are having today. Madam Speaker, you'll agree with me that 90% of the problems we're having today is our own making. And I'll be very, very clear. And if you don't agree with me, tell me that you don't agree with me. First of all, this country, over the years, had attracted a lot of investment from all over the country, all over the world. I remember you get the whites coming over from Europe, what have you, coming to see what they can do because it was a green area for investment. Madam Speaker, that again has been a problem, and therefore it's our own making. Because we have not been very aggressive. We have not been very aggressive. We've let things go. We just let things go. It'd be as usual. Tourism, for example, is again our own makings. You go out there, we see them. The tourists are no longer attracted here because what we used to do those days when tourism, in fact, in Africa, I was told, apart from South Africa, in the region bloc, we were actually leading in tourism attraction. Again, most of the things that were done that time have gone down. One of them is, for example, and it's just next door. Look at Fort Jesus. Fort Jesus was one of the very attractive areas. Take a walk and go to Mombasa and go to Fort Jesus. You can't believe it. Recently, I was in Istanbul, and I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I was so impressed. There was a mosque that was built, 1415 after Christ. 1415. That mosque is attracting we were actually, the members that they went with in Istanbul, we had a time to go to see what is happening. And there you will see a lot of people coming. I even asked one of the local fellows who was taking us around from the embassy, and what he told me, these people you are seeing are not locals. They are from all over the world. They are not necessarily Muslims. These were Christians and everybody else, Buddhists, and they were actually being attracted. So our own making, look at it for Jesus. It's gone. Take a walk there. And that was again, people would come and pay before they are taken around. Again, that is again our own making, Madam Speaker. Now, we need to do, and look at the agriculture. We actually were exporting tea. I remember at the time to go to China, and the Chinese were complaining that actually Kenyans actually are taking most of the companies And even those companies that actually were doing tea, most of them were now coming to Kenya as compared to going to China. I was in China, and I was surprised. Today, we are nowhere to be seen. Coffee. What is happening? Even now, we are importing rice. This is a tropical country, and yet we are importing rice. To the extent, the other day I was told we're even importing seeds to plant maize. This is our own making. So somebody somewhere is sleeping on the job. And I can tell you, at that rate, we can't. Baethrum, for example, Madam Speaker, you give me few minutes. Baethrum was actually one of the leading exportation in this country. Ask yourself, what has happened? Farmers gave up. Why? Because we didn't even take care of that. We are not even interested. But Baethrum was one of the products that actually were exporting, and we're getting a lot of foreign exchange. So these dates we are talking about, Madam Speaker, the dates must be there. Even yourself, however rich you are, you will have a date. But it must be managed. So, Madam Speaker, this country, we just have to wake up. If we don't do that, 50 years to come, our grandchildren will be asking us, what do we do? How comes we've done so poorly? How comes we are where we are? When we have the opportunity, we have not done very well as far.
Half a minute.
So what do we need to do? And this is something that I want us to do as Kenyans. Let's do something on agriculture because we are blessed. God gave us a very good climatic condition. Today, as I'm talking like this, we now have livestock just being washed away in northeastern province. And yet, if we had actually managed, livestock, we are even exporting hides and skins. Because Europeans, you don't find, when you go there, you don't find the animals, cattle, what have you. But that again was for exportation. Today, we are losing the animals because we are not being careful about the whole thing. So, Madam Speaker, much as we are just saying what to do, I don't know whether you should form a commission in this house or whatever, a working team to be able to look at each one of those things and be able to move. Because people who are an executive, people who have been put there and are getting.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Siaya County, Honorable Christine Ombaka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to say that a country that continues to have debts all the time and the debts continue to climb year by year also gets poorer and poorer. You have seen over the years how Kenya has taken loans and loans and loans. And they started from a very small amount, and now we cannot even afford it. And now we are beginning to see how it's affecting us. We cannot eat because everybody is hungry in this country. You can see the government cannot even pay salaries, doctors and teachers, and the police women and men, people in the civil service are not getting their due salaries on time. This is a pointer to the fact that we are performing very, very badly economically. The sad thing, and I keep on lamenting, is that, as it has already been said by other people, Kenya was a shining country in the past. Many countries admired Kenya, and Kenya was a destination for tourism. It was a place to admire because we have great athletes. Kenya has beautiful animals, and it has very wonderful sights to see. But we have really, really fallen down. We have deteriorated so fast and so miserably to the extent that Kenyans themselves are wondering where we are going. There are no jobs for young people who are educated. Where are we headed to? We have collapsed the very system that would create or generate funds for us. We have collapsed the sugar industry. We don't have sugar, we are importing.
We do not have tea, which is supposed to be the best in the world. We are no longer great in that area. We have collapsed our cotton, which used to grow in Nyanza. Our fish industry is collapsing. Everything is collapsing. Where is the future for this country? Are we not going to be marooned with debts upon debts? And I keep on wondering, foreign countries that give us money, why do you want to give a country so poor like Kenya more money? How are we going to pay you? Why don't you ask yourselves how Kenya is going to manage the loans that Kenya continues to borrow? I think time has come for them to refuse. Kenya should be punished for stealing and for corruption, because we are creating poverty ourselves. We know very well that if you continue to steal and to corrupt very, very big institutions that bring us money, the industries such as cotton and sugar and the rest, if we are collapsing them, then we should expect the worst for ourselves. So I do blame the administration of this country. This country does not see ahead. It is ready to sink the country and then keep on mourning and saying how the world has gone very broke, how inflation has gone up. Inflation will go up because you yourself don't want to take care of yourself economically. We are not planning. Point of order.
Your point of order, Honorable Sunguya.
Thank you.
You can have a seat, Honorable Mbaka. Let him prosecute his point of order.
I stand on a point of order concerning the corruption being mentioned by the honorable member, that you should not actually at all blame the current government of Honorable William Ruto, because those who corrupted this country and make the country down to was the handshake that brought everything to a standstill. You should not at all blame this government. Once the handshake took place before we took over, actually all covers were empty. They took everything. The whole project were the stalled projects. All money has been taken. So let's find how to give us time, give the president time, give this government time to correct things, to correct your mess. Thank you.
I'll take that as a point of information. Honorable Wanyonyi, you had had opportunity. Let Honorable Mpaka proceed.
Thank you for that. Well, I'm only blaming Kenya. I did not mention anybody's name or anybody's government. I simply say over time, we have taken loans without planning how to pay those loans. Now we are crying, we are mourning, we are wondering what to do with the kind of loans that we have had over time. So the argument I have is that we ourselves are to blame for messing this country economically. We have collapsed all the industries that can bring us money to make us better economically. We are poorer because of our own making. We are ourselves the people who have collapsed the country. And I think the future does not look bright as far as I'm concerned. If we do not manage our loans, if we continue to be corrupt, then we better be prepared to go hungry and also to die too early in life. I can see my time has run out, but the message is that we have to manage our own resources, our own wealth, if we want to create wealth for this country. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Makueni, Honorable Suzanne Kiamba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wish to have my voice on this particular report and thank the committee for comprehensive highlights, and also thank the 12th Parliament for having created such a committee that can give this House some feedback on issues economic on our country and debt. However, I hope such kind of presentation in committees will not remain rituals of presentation that does not change our reality. Because as I sat here and listened to the issues, we are all mourning. And everybody is saying very clearly, debt is not bad, but mismanaged debt imprisons everybody, and that is where we are in this country. And I sat down and said, in this country we have so many economists. How come we even don't know our comparative advantage? What is it that we can do well and excel? We seem to be doing everything and almost nothing. I thought our economists should have actually sat down and looking at our economy, identify what are we good in that can actually add value and harness the foreign exchange we dearly need. Even today, I hear people say we better wake up. But I realize even in the 13th Parliament, we have not woken up. Because we cannot be talking about this high level of debt and brokenness. And when you look at our major projects, we are talking of universal health care, housing, things that don't change economy. I thought it is wise. I'm not saying Kenyans should not be treated. Kenyans should be treated. But when you have a lot of your money spent on things that don't do anything to economy, I think we are still very asleep, if I may say. Because I expected, with the kind of scenario that we have had in this report, I expected us to be talking about what would bring us foreign exchange. What investments can we do in agriculture that can bring us foreign exchange? Cotton industry is dead. Sugarcane is dead. Issue of rice is completely dead. What is actually alive? And if the best thing we can think of is building houses for Kenyans to be more comfortable, they will be comfortable eating what? They will be treated, they will be sick every day, because for you not to be sick, you need to eat well. So I think still, even in the 13th Parliament, Madam Speaker, I don't think we have actually woken up. I think we need to wake up to the reality, because it's only a few of us who can get into this house. And I think we need to make very strategic decisions that can actually change this morning to prosperity so that all of us Kenyans can thrive. And Madam Speaker, I think one of the things that has led us to cycles of not getting to where we want is party politics. While political parties are very important, when we start having parties that look like religions, that do not have a clear agenda of what they want to deliver in this country, Madam Speaker, I think we are getting it wrong. I think parties are there to have ideologies that advance the welfare of all Kenyans. And when parties resort to religious kind of rituals, movement, that do not have their people on mind, I think, Madam Speaker, that can actually make us continue mourning here with the poverty without any very clear strategies of how we are taking our country forward. Secondly, Madam Speaker, look at our manufacturing. We are even importing matchbox. How can we import matchbox and we expect to have foreign exchange? All these monies we are putting in, I think we better even sleep in shelters and have matchbox we can sell to South Sudan. Then we can have foreign currency. So I'm even challenging our economists, all of us, the planners. I think we need to be honest with ourselves and sit down and look at what can we do to make this country prosper. Because by our geopositioning, Kenya should be a very prosperous country. Because most of the markets and we can easily get most of the produce which we can actually
let you finish because you're speaking eloquently.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a country disdained for prosperity. And I think if I was asked the one thing we should actually stop, corruption. I think even when we sit here, people just budget corruption, and we sit down to supervise the implementation of corruption. And with that kind of spirit, Madam Speaker, we'll have more days to mourn than to change this particular country for the betterment of all of us. Otherwise, I thank the committee. That was quite insightful, and I will really support them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kirinyaga, Honourable Njeri Maina.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the expenditure as a share of GDP has been an average of 26 to 30% for the last 10 years, Honourable Speaker, with revenue as a share of GDP around 16 to 20%. Honourable Speaker, if all these factors remain constant, the government will never be able to match. Honourable Speaker, since 2020, the Kenya shilling has lost 25% of its value against the dollar, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as we sit here, and I am glad that most of my colleagues have raised these concerns, Honourable Speaker. When we budget, Honourable Speaker, is there traceability of the monies that we are borrowing to ensure that there is implementation of the same, Honourable Speaker? Honourable Speaker, the projections of these monies, Honourable Speaker, which will be paid and which cost will be felt by the Kenyan taxpayer, Honourable Speaker, must be held to account, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we have seen various state departments, Honourable Speaker. And for example, I mentioned the State Department for Youth Affairs, Honourable Speaker, having a budget for youth empowerment programs, Honourable Speaker. But I can say here, without any doubt, Honourable Speaker, that there is no program being run by the State Department for Youth Affairs in Kirinyaga County, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we must be accountable as the 13th Parliament to the Kenyan people, Honourable Speaker. We must ensure that what we budget for, Honourable Speaker, is seen and felt on the ground by the Kenyan taxpayer, Honourable Speaker. It would be an injustice, Honourable Speaker, to be sent here as representatives of the people, Honourable Speaker, and fail to ensure that the monies that are borrowed are properly accounted for, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, today as I speak, the women of Mwe are unable to access Ngurubani Market, Honourable Speaker, because of the flooding of Biba River, Honourable Speaker. These House allocated a budget for El Nino management in county governments, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we must also ensure that we come up with stringent monetary policies, Honourable Speaker, that will ensure that the expenditure by the national government and the county governments is minimized to ensure that we focus more on funding development projects, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on the brighter note, Honourable Speaker, we have spoken and raised issues of reviving local industries, Honourable Speaker, and I am glad that Kirinyaga County is one of the beneficiary counties that will have the industrial parks, Honourable Speaker, where we put in more than Kenya shillings 500 million for an export processing zone in the main budget, Honourable Speaker. And this will be a game changer and create employment for the populace of Kirinyaga County, Honourable Speaker. In terms of agriculture, Honourable Speaker, this government has put in more than 5 billion for subsidized fertilizer, Honourable Speaker. And I can confirm that the same has reached the farmers of Kirinyaga County, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the tourism sector needs to be relooked, Honourable Speaker. And this House will be accountable to the Kenyan people, Honourable Speaker. And what I can ask and urge the members of Parliament today, let not the 13th Parliament be the Parliament that is laughed upon. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Butula, Honourable Joseph Oyula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice to this very important motion. Madam Speaker, I want to start by thanking the committee that has brought out the problems that the country is facing under debt management and other expenses under CFS. Madam Speaker, CFS should be the easiest part of the government's expenditure to manage, particularly when you come to constitutional salaries. So to come up with a report that there are excesses under the salaries, there must be something wrong, and that something must be followed very strictly. There must be a lot of hidden expenditure under CFS. And if we have a lot of hidden expenditure under CFS, I think our officers need to be rechecked. Madam Speaker, contribution to international organizations, that is also part of the consolidated fund expenditure. These also should be managed properly. So the budget under consolidated fund services is a very, very manageable part of the budget that there should be no doubt. Madam Speaker, the other area that we need to look into as far as public debt is concerned is the domestic interest. Domestic borrowing, Madam Speaker, if not contained, we can talk a lot, but we will never have any change. So domestic debt should be contained, should be controlled. It looks, most of the domestic debt goes into consumption, which is not appropriate for this country. So, Madam Speaker, the committee has done a good job to bring out some of those problems, and I think it is upon this House to ensure that the records of the public debt and other consolidated fund services are properly maintained. If we don't do that, we will be getting figures that vary from time to time. So, Madam Speaker, as I support the committee's report, I would urge this House to ensure that the records of public debt and other consolidated fund services are properly looked into and managed properly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The mic. Madam Beatrice Kemei. Beatrice Kemei. MP for Kitui Rural. David Boni.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to support the report. On the onset, I think I want to thank the committee and the chair for good work that they have done. And I think it's very important if we can be looking at these consolidated fund services. I think we need a report every quarterly, because this is a fund which is really being misused under Article 223. Speaker, supplementary estimate 1 for this financial year has proposed significant changes under CFS expenditure to cater for the debt service because of the depreciation of Kenya shilling. The debt service has gone up. And I say debt is not a very bad thing because there's no country, no person who can develop without debt. When we talk about countries with the highest debts, like Japan has the highest debt to GDP with 256%. US has 133%. And our neighbor here, Sudan, has 186% of GDP. And Kenya, we are at 67%. Those countries are not complaining. Why are we complaining? So the debt is not a bad thing. It's how you utilize the debt. And I think that's where now the rain started beating us. How we utilize the debt. What impact of that money we borrowed that loans, the impact brought to this country? That's what we need to be asking ourselves. And these debts, which region did the debts go? Because in economics, there's what we call diminishing returns. You can do something in one place, thinking that you are going to increase production. At the end of the day, the production goes down. I was looking, there was one time I was a consultant on LAPSETs, where, Speaker, you come from. The old implementation of a LAPSET project was increasing GDP in this country by 2%, which is a very significant increment. But have we really started doing those projects? What we did in Lamu, is it productive? You know, that's money which is wasted, lying there. So those are the issues we need to ask ourselves. And at times I started asking members of parliament, what is the law of parliament in public debt? You know, most of us may not be knowing we are playing a significant role in debt, including your debt, this place, in this country. When we approve budgets with budget estimates, with deficits, we are already telling the government to borrow. Yesterday, we passed supplementary budget 2.1 for this financial year with a deficit of 718 billion. We are telling government, go to the market, borrow that money. So we should not actually really say that we are also not part and parcel of debt creation in this country. What we need to do as parliament, we need to approve budget, which is balanced budget. Our revenues and expenditures should be the same. That way, we are not going to have a significant borrowing in this country. Speaker, I heard people saying that, and it's true, that the Kenyan shillings has depreciated. It's true. The Americans during COVID, they spent a lot of money and in social warfare. And they have been mapping that money because of inflation. And that's why you realize that our Kenya shilling is depreciating, because most of the investors will prefer to invest in US, which is as stable economy, than East African economy, which is not very stable. But I think to handle these things, one, we need to increase our production. And I thank members. We need to increase our production in agriculture, bring new products for exports. Vision 2030 was proposing that we set up a leather center city in Kinani. We need to ask ourselves, what happened to that proposal? Can we go and produce leather and export?
Yes, indeed. You can have 1 more minute.
So we need to ask ourselves, why have we not implemented that project? We need to reduce our imports of food. And I thank government, at least they are doing something on the fertilizer program. But how is that fertilizer being distributed? In Lower Eastern, where I come from, we have not seen the fertilizer. Are we saying that we are not farmers? So the government should also distribute fertilizer to Lower Eastern. Speaker, tourism numbers have been going down. In fact, the hotels in Mombasa are being supported by local tourists. Tourists from outside, they have actually. And when you go to Dubai, they only have 2 sites. Safari, Desert Safari, the Bush Gariba, and another. I think 2 or 3. But why can't we have our Desert Safari in the Chambi Desert?
The honorable member for Kitui Rural, the chair has the magnanimity to give you 1 more minute. Proceed. I see you have a lot of good ideas.
Thank you, Speaker. So why can we increase? You see, this idea of we only want people to come and see animals. How many times can somebody see animals? You have seen a lion, you know a lion. You don't want to come here and see a lion. But if you can have Chabir deserts, let us have a tourist, a safari. You see tourists coming. So, Speaker, the other thing is this issue of Article 223. And the Article 223 has been misused, that is for sure. But we need to come up with that legislation whereby we restrict the use of Article 223, and especially during transition period, because that's the time it is overused. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me 2 additional minutes. I support.
The Honorable MP for Voig, Abdichome. Abdichome, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise here to add my voice to this matter, which is of national importance. As you realize, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in this situation because of the rising debt and our apparent inability to service the debt. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of what I might call domestic debt, and in particular, the matter of the contribution of pending bills. The contribution of pending bills in debt, as it were, is very key, because most of it you'll find that is the money that we expect to circulate within our communities to be able to rejuvenate the economy, sustain jobs, and give opportunities to the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that needs to be taken with a lot of seriousness. It needs to be treated as a matter of urgency, because it has brought down a lot of businesses and apparently made people to be unable to do business with both the national and the county governments. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of external debts, this is a matter that needs controls, and looking at what the committee has brought up in their report, it is something that is enlightening, and I really support the report that they give, and Mr. Speaker, I lend my support to the report. Thank you.
Malio, Masinga, MP for Masinga.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity that you have given me. I want to say that budgeting process is good, and because every time we put in the budget what we want Kenya to be tomorrow, where we want it to reach, and what we have been doing is excellent. The only thing that is now pulling us down is the debt that has occurred, has been accrued in this country, because it's a big burden to the economy of this country, and even to the president to be able to pay all this debt, I'm sure is a big debt and is a big burden. What I want us to think as Kenyans is to produce more and export more, so that we can have foreign income in terms of foreign currency. Because if we keep on buying food from abroad, the other day we were importing rice, we were importing sugar, we were importing edible oil. All these things you are paying with our foreign exchange. That means you are draining the foreign money. You are paying those
those commodities using our foreign reserves. Instead of us, we should put money in tea, put money in coffee, put money in cotton, so that the cotton that we import today can be able to be produced locally, so that the local manufacturers like Rivertex can have the raw materials to use locally instead of importing yarns from abroad, which is paid with the foreign exchange. So therefore, I would like us to rethink, to be able to produce locally what we import from abroad. We should be able to even plant a lot of rice, so that we, in the future, we don't also import rice. We should be able to empower our production in the edible oils from our local manufacturers, so their own local materials can be produced locally. So many things we can do as a country so that we can save our foreign currency. The other thing is we need to control our debt. Our appetite for borrowing now should be minimized. It is important for us to rethink as a country, where do we need to cut? Where do we need to minimize our expenses so that we don't keep on borrowing every now and then? And also the waste. The other day I was seeing that the industrial parks that are being built in every county, whereby we have no consultants to be able to be seeing the kind of work that is being done, the quality of work that is going to be supervised for the industrial parks. We have the project manager from the public works who are not being utilized in those industrial parks, because the county government is saying they have the capacity to be able to supervise the industrial parks construction, which is not true. So we need to direct money where we can be able to earn a lot of foreigners, and to be able to encourage anybody that is growing food for export, the horticultural crops, like French beans, the flowers, anything that goes abroad and earns as an export and exchange. That is where the government needs to even give them more subsidy, even give them tax holidays. Anybody starting an export company should be able to be given some tax holidays so that they can pay taxes after starting earning and getting some profits, so that we can be able to have some reserves in our foreign currency. But for those few remarks, I support what we are doing as a country for the production of the local products that we need to put money in it, and more so in the cotton.
The Honorable Lady Jane Kagiri, Women Rep for Laikipia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this report. Honorable Speaker, it's good to start by stating that as a country we need to start telling ourselves the truth. The levels at which our public debt is at requires each one of us to put an effort to ensure that we lower our public debt by how we are going to manage it. And currently, I would wish that we all support the government, which I serve in because currently we can see they are trying to manage the public debt that we have. And by this, Honorable Speaker, I believe that the President has been monitoring how our public debt is behaving, and we're trying to avoid any situation where we'd find ourselves incurring more costs. But this, Honorable Speaker, I would want to add a rejoinder and state that as this Parliament, we need to pass a motion or a requirement that 6 months to the election, the outgoing president or the government that is before the election, we need it stated in this House, the status of our public debt as a president is outgoing. Because currently, Honorable Speaker, we listen to a lot that is being said on the excessive borrowing that was done in the previous regime. However, Honorable Speaker, we would have all been better positioned if we had known what the exiting government had left as our public debt. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we see the same happening in county governments, where we have incoming governors finding pending bills which nobody told them about, and that takes back a county many steps backwards because they cannot be able to progress and plan. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, a time has come where we need to question ourselves as a country. We cannot keep complaining on the exchange rate, yet we are doing nothing about it. It is time we all go back to the drawing table and ask ourselves how we are going to improve on our exports. We have the diaspora community outside the country who are bringing in a lot of foreign exchange. Last year, they brought in around 483 billion shillings, and we need to ask ourselves, how do we make it to move to $1 trillion? Because with that exchange rate, we strengthen our dollar back here at home, and this is what is going to cushion us as a country. Thirdly, we've looked at our horticulture. We've also looked at our tourism. A time has come where we need to stop talking about tourism on people coming to see our wildlife. It's time we make Kenya a country where people want to visit. If you look at a city like Nairobi, we need to make it so clean that everybody wants to come and visit and be in Nairobi. It needs to be the Dubai of Africa. Honorable Speaker, we need to ask ourselves how good is our lighting, that anybody will be assured of security when they are visiting our country. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the report. Thank you.
The Honorable Woman Member of Parliament from Where constituency? Please give the honourable member the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, I would like to, in particular, support the increased allocation of debt repayment, which will help the country to salvage itself from the verge of defaulting on public debt. Positive credit score will give this country a good opportunity to secure more funding from international financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, there's also need to increase the budgetary allocation to various departments in view of executing the President's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Some of these departments, the agricultural transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprise economy, healthcare, housing and settlement, the blue economy, education, and others. If I take a department like agriculture, Mr. Speaker, by increasing a budgetary allocation to agriculture, this is going to help this government subsidize production through agriculture, and agriculture is the one most direct employer. So this is going to employ most Kenyans who are just at home because they don't have jobs. This is also going to contribute to this country's food security and direct employment. If I look at healthcare, budgetary allocation, an increased budgetary allocation to healthcare is going to help this government execute the social healthcare for our aged people and our Kenyans who cannot afford to pay for healthcare. And Mr. Speaker, we all know that when we have a healthy workforce, we also have a wealthy nation. A healthy workforce is going to contribute to this country's economic growth and will also contribute to this country's GDP. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the motion and congratulate the committee for the report. I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sotik, Honourable Francis Sigei.
Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving this opportunity to also contribute on this very important motion. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committees who are dealing with this issue of budget and appropriation. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the government, and especially His Excellency the President, for targeting agriculture. Mr. Speaker, if we concentrate on agriculture in this country, we will have addressed a bigger problem of food security. And if you go back, Mr. Speaker, you realize that most of the foreign exchange earnings in the past have been used to buy food because of food shortage in this country. I laud the government, particularly for allocating 8.5 billion shillings for fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, nobody knows the impact of this amount given to the government, by the government. But I, as MP Sotik, I understand, because this year, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have a pamba harvest in this country. And that will have reduced the problem which we are facing. And the issue of cost of living is being addressed squarely. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to thank the government for taking up reforms in sectors like tea, coffee, and cotton, because these are the leading foreign exchange earners. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the government to look into tea particularly. I come from a tea growing area, and I would like to see the government addressing this. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the government for looking into the issue of dairy farming. Mr. Speaker, I come from a place where we have livestock, and milk industry, dairy industry, is one area which we have had a lot of problems. And particularly now, Mr. Speaker, when we have a lot of rains, these processing companies, the exporters, the buying, the KCC and other companies, what they have been doing, Mr. Speaker, is that when we have a lot of milk, they bring the price of milk down, and our farmers are suffering. I must thank the President. When he came to, I think, last week, Sunday, he said he was going to give us, he's going to support the farmers by giving 500 million Kenya shillings to support our farmers. I thank this issue, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank the government for trying to look for jobs in the diaspora. The Ministry of Labor, Mr. Speaker, is now trying to enroll people to go to Saudi, to go to Canada, to go to other countries. And I'm very sure if we get thousands of people going there, obviously we are going to get a lot of foreign exchange, and the dollar will be flowing to this country. Foreign debt, Mr. Speaker, is an issue which we are grappling with. And we want to thank the President because he is now running around the world trying to convince IMF and World Bank and other friendly countries to support us in our budgetary budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to say also we must encourage our people, Kenyans, to buy Kenyan-made products so that we can be able to save the dollar from importing these issues. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I'm grateful. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, we must address is the insecurity of this country. If we have insecurity contained in this country, we are going to have more tourists. Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
The Honourable Member of Parliament for Clifton North, Owen Baya.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity and to say this. The question of debt in this country has preoccupied Kenyans for many years. It has preoccupied Kenyans on TV shows. It has preoccupied Kenyans in various fora. And the question of debt is a serious issue in this country, and how much money we pay in foreign debt. In the President's State of the Nation address to this Parliament, he talked about it and said Kenya now is ready to pay around 300 billion. But then you ask yourself, what was it before when the money was taken, what did it do? What did Eurobond do? I remember in the other report that the Honorable Shurie presented on date, there were organizations in this country whose portfolio shows that they had a portfolio for date. They had actually borrowed. But if you went to ask the organizations themselves, they didn't actually know that money was borrowed for the organization. So where did that money go? How was that organization contracted to procure a loan for which it never went into its books? We only saw it at this level, that actually they had been taken for loans. Every cabinet secretary then had opportunity where whichever country he goes, he says, I have how many parastatals, 3 parastatals, he takes date, he takes a loan on their behalf. Where the money went, we do not know. Today we are saddled with a debt portfolio almost getting to 10 trillion. The other day we brought here into this parliament the Debt Anchor Act or bill, and which was signed into law by the president. Because we cannot even move on we have no more headroom for borrowing. So now we have changed from having a headroom of, let's say, 10 trillion, now we have opened it to a percentage of GDP. Honorable Speaker, it means debt has become unmanageable. And when debt has become unmanageable, we start having a problem of repaying that debt. When we start repaying that debt, we have a problem of liquidity because all the money that we have now is paid to other people, so we have a problem of liquidity. When a country starts having a problem of liquidity, then we have the current problem that we have right now. We can't meet our bills. We can't meet basic bills. We can't pay salaries. They get delayed. We cannot meet our even internal obligations. That's why we close IFMIS. We open it to pay salaries, then after that we open it. Then now we come and do supplementary budget. Actually, this supplementary budget is not curing issues that are fundamental. It's only curing one, liquidity. But you ask yourself, where did the liquidity go? Because now Treasury has to collect all the money and pay debt. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we need to rethink where do we get our forex? Where do we generate USDs? Where do we generate dollars for this country? One area, Honorable Speaker, which I'm sure the Honorable Shurie will recommend is tourism. Simple thing. Tourism, when I was growing up, I was in school, class 5, class 6, we were told is the highest foreign exchange earner. Coffee was the second highest foreign exchange earner. But all these items now are under. Tourism does not rank anywhere because we are not investing in marketing, in managing tourism. The people who have been given the mandate to manage tourism in this country are not doing it. Therefore, tourism has become, the minister himself becomes a tourist, and he thinks he's minister for tourism. And therefore, he's not bringing any foreign exchange. When you've been told you are minister for tourism, you need to market this country so that more foreigners come and they bring in foreign exchange. But the policy at tourism level today, Honorable Speaker, if you had me like 3 minutes, I want to expound on one point. Honorable Speaker, today, tourists come into this country, but they make all the payments in their country. So they only come here with one credit card, and they spend from their bank a few dollars. We have restricted tourists in how much money they bring into the country because we are pandering to the issues of IMF on money laundering and all that. So a tourist who would have spent $5 million in this country has been restricted to bring only 200,000 Kenyan shillings into the country. So where do you get foreign exchange if we restrict how much tourists bring into the country? Because we are saying, there's something, money laundering, we are
Yeah, Chair gives you 2 more minutes.
So we are told we are protecting the country against terrorists. Yes, we must protect this country from terrorists. But how much do we want to protect this country from terrorists to the detriment of the country? Because if I'm saying that I want to use tourism to leverage my economic problem, then, Honorable Speaker, what I expect is to tell the tourists to bring in as much money as possible. into the country. He goes to the ATM, he should be able to withdraw as much money from his account as possible. But he goes to he wants to withdraw money from the bank, 1 million shillings, he's told to sign. What is this money for? Where is it coming from? This is a tourist who will stay in this country for only 5 days. He's gone to his bank, he wants to withdraw 2 million shillings to buy Maasai artifacts, to buy items and presents and all that. He cannot do that. Why? Because he has been restricted on how much money. If you move from Voi, you are going to the Tsavo. You see very many curio shops. Very many curio shops. The tourist wants to stop, spend his dollar, spend his euro, so that he buys those items from the Maasai. He cannot, because those people do not have PDQs. They want cash. But he has been restricted by our banks from withdrawing the cash. He has been restricted by the country to bring in hard currency from his country. Honorable Speaker, how are we going to ensure we have enough foreign exchange reserves in this country if we cannot leverage on tourism? People love this country. They love this country. If we open it into tourism, Honorable Speaker, these issues of having little money in our foreign reserves, hard currency, we will cure it. That's why we need to manage debt properly. Managing our foreign currency reserves will help us to manage debt in this country. But if we don't do that, Honorable Speaker, we are going to have a problem. Today, I read in yesterday's paper that Dar es Salaam has opened a coffee auction, and that it has picked up so well, such that the Mombasa one will have a problem. Where will we get foreign reserve? If we still restrict people at the auction in Mombasa on tea and coffee, where will we get it, Honorable Speaker? So I want to thank the chairman, and I want to thank the person who thought about splitting these reports and having an independent report and actually giving it to the minority. I want to thank that thought, that today we are able to discuss debt, we are able to discuss withdrawal from the consolidated funds, and also to open up so that every Kenyan knows what we are doing. And I'm happy on the next motion that Honorable Sharia is going to, without anticipating debate, Honorable Speaker, to lay in this chamber. Because transparency will help us to help this country move forward. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The MP for Kwanza, Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken, but I think I just want clarification from the leader.
Did you speak on this motion?
I've already spoken, but on point of order.
Oh, you're on a point of order, okay.
Yes, on the clarification. I think there are 2 points the leader for majorities has brought up, and I want that clarification to be made. One, that the tourists are not allowed to carry money here. That means if he's coming from UK, he leaves the money there and comes here without the money. Secondly, he's saying, and I think he has made it very clear, that even then when he comes here, he's restricted at the bank. Can you make this one here very clear so that we can actually call the Ministry of Tourism to explain that? That's one of the problems, Mr. Speaker, that we're having. I want that clarification.
Ordinarily, ordinarily, you rise on a point of order when the member is on his feet, and you interrupt the member and seek those clarifications, either point of order or why he's out of order, or point of information. But you don't do that when the member has concluded his presentations and now he is not on his feet anymore. Order. You have risen on a point of order. The only way the honorable member can come back again on a point of order is to go on a point of order again and say, Mr. Speaker, I have been misquoted, and explain what he meant by what he said. Because if you have, I'm trying to find a way around this. So let me give somebody else an opportunity. Then the honorable buyer can rise on that point of order. The honorable Omboko. Where's Omboko? Oh, I gave you the opportunity. Oh, you've already spoken. So why were you putting your name in there then? Anyway, Now, Andrew Okwame, the MP for Krachonyo. Is that a point of order? Okay, why are you on a point of order? Please give him the mic. Can you give the honorable member the mic? Yeah, now go to the one, okay, I don't know. Clerks at the table.
Chair,
Okay,
Chair.
what's your point of order?
Honourable Speaker, reading the mood of the House, it seems this matter has been discussed exhaustively, and I call upon the mover,
Order.
Chair, to reply on this motion.
Order. Are you Okoma? Are you the Karachonya MP? Where is the Karachonya MP?
It is myself.
Proceed, Karachonya MP, and contribute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful that you have given me a chance. Now, public debt is a very serious issue in this country. And indeed, when we talk about it, we get frustrated in one way or the other. I know we moved public debt to 10 million sometime back, but trillion, sorry. But then now, the public debt is so high, and it is still increasing. The present regime, at the time of campaign, told us so many times that this was going to be their priority, to ensure that public debt is made a matter of the past. They were against increasing it, but as we talk, they have increased it by more than 1 trillion within a very short time. The trajectory using that would make somebody feel that by the time the 5 years are over, we are going to be in a big problem. Of course, a number of times public debt is blamed on the increase of the cost of living. But then some of those things, cost of living is caused by our new doing. For example, increasing the fuel prices and all that. So public debt should not be an excuse for us. A large amount of public debt has been caused by depreciation of Kenya shillings. Depreciation of Kenya shillings caused an adjustment which left us with over 143 billion Kenya shillings as public debt, meaning whatever we had as a public debt before this devaluation significantly increased by that figure of 143 billion. Mr. Speaker, 143 billion is a big amount. We go out to borrow that money, and when we borrow it, we increase it. I know personally I've been concerned with this question of leaving Kenya shillings to the market forces. It is market forces is an economic policy that some countries adopt, like our country. But then if it is weakening Kenya shilling to an extent of giving us debt, to an extent of causing disturbance in our economy, must we retain that kind of policy? The last regime did a good thing. They supported Kenya shillings through subsidies and the rest. And I agree, and personally I say, that they manage the economy many times better than what is happening today. So we must actually control public debts by managing our Kenya shillings as well as managing our economy. That's when we can one day say we have got it. If we ignore doing that, we are facing danger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
I noticed the honorable member of Women Rep for Homa Bay is raising her hand, and I will give you the opportunity to contribute on this. But I want to remind members of Parliament But please keep your cards in there so that I'm able to read it in here. Otherwise, that's why the clerks at the desk here have problem trying to identify which mic to give members. And Honorable MP for Homa Bay, am I right? Proceed. Do you have the mic next to you? Just move on to where the mic is. And next time, come with your card. It's not, I don't know what's, it has a problem. Okay, then you sort out the problem later, yeah, with the clerk's department. Yeah, proceed.
A big headache, that it's like we are losing track as leaders on whether we really have people who can accurately advise on policy making, accuracy to advise on debt strategy management. And therefore, my first contribution is to call upon the Committee on Debt and Privatization to come out clear with implementable strategies which can help to curb this. Otherwise, if this is not done, we realize that even the manifesto, which was promised by this government, is not going to be realized. Mr. Speaker, the other day, yesterday, I want to believe that equally you watched over the television when the Deputy President mentioned that this country is in serious debts that was brought about by the previous regime. I was shocked when it was being mentioned that we have 900 trillion, and then under the pending bills, we have 900 billion. And then there were others that he was mentioning. That was off in a function. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, the issue of debt in this country is not an issue to politic with, especially with the ruling government. They need to sit down because the common wananchi is suffering out of increased taxes. I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, that the advisors or the economists around the government are not doing the good job. Why am I saying so, Mr. Speaker? We cannot say the other day, the President mentioned that whatever thing that we are collecting in this country in form of tax, it goes into payment of debts. Mr. Speaker, I want to question, when we are talking about tourists are running away to other countries, to Uganda, to Tanzania, and you mentioned them, when are we going to do our local infrastructure? When we are talking about the parks, they are not in the urban areas, they are in the rural areas. When are we going to ensure that money which we make is equitably distributed so that we balance what goes into paying the debt, what manages, rather than having a country that we champion and boil out blame games and pressure and forgetting the local wananchi who is suffering. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that we are looking for any little thing. Somebody made a joke with me that you're a legislature Bensouda, but soon we are going to tax even the dogs and cats that we are keeping in our homes so that you pay the debt. Mr. Speaker, this is a painful situation. When we were talking about affordable housing, what were we told? It was said that youths are going to be empowered and employment is going to be there. We seem to be singing more music into various voices than action. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Public Debt and Privatization Committee should take this responsibility to advise and give on workable strategies which can curb, because otherwise we shall be talking of debts. We have debts in trillions. I don't know, blaming the county government, blaming the national government. No work is happening, forgetting Wanjiku is suffering. I want to say that strategies must be put in place. And that is why Kenyans elected us to come into this parliament to make them not to suffer, but to have a sigh of relief. Mr. Speaker, this needs a speedy action. This doesn't require us to be reluctant in our positions. Everything is now dilapidated. We have El Nino. The focus has now shifted from development. This was even confirmed, you heard it over the news, that now the governors must stop the issues of development and focus on El Nino issues. Yesterday I wanted to contribute on this. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, by the time we wait for El Nino to come, this nation, we must be serious. There are dikes which can be built, there are things which can be planned for, there are relocations which can be done so that we do not waste resources. When we have donor funding, there are strategies that even the government should look for other than the common Munanchi taxes to pay the debt and to manage the debt. Otherwise, if you're not careful, this country is going to come to a standstill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Kisauni, Bedzimba.
Mr. Speaker, I'm waiting for the next order. I want to contribute on that.
You're waiting for what?
The next coming order.
Oh, next order. Okay. Well, how about the Stephen Mogaka, MP for West Mugirango? Yeah, proceed. Learned Council, proceed.
How can you speak before me?
Mike, kindly.
I will please give you, please give him the mic. There's a mic next to you. I just watched.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Talking about a topic that is extremely close to my heart, having been a credit director in several banking institutions, I want to make this contribution. That no enterprise or country can live without debt. No business and country can live without debt. And the question is not whether debt or not, but how to manage that debt. And debt is managed very scientifically. In a situation like Kenya, where the debt is denominated in foreign currency, it mutates and grows on its own. And that is why the Committee of Privatization and Debt Management in this country needs to come up with a policy of placing the management of Kenyan debt in the hands of experts. Where a currency like ours will always depreciate vis-a-vis the currency under which the debt is denominated, a country was required to hedge against the depreciation and triplication of the debt without extra borrowing. I know that the government is receiving a beating today, allegedly because of more borrowing. Nay, there is no more borrowing that has been done, but because of the depreciation of the Kenyan currency vis-a-vis the currency with which we borrowed, the debt is growing on its own each day, and lay hands or lay people would think that the country has undertaken more borrowing. And this is why, as a nation, and particularly from this House of Record, we need to put it clear so that our citizenry are not deceived with the cheap propaganda that the country is engaged in additional borrowing. Let us face the truth, tell the truth, and the truth shall set us free. I will urge our treasury, our national treasury, to create a corporate desk that communicates with the people of this country and advises the country on how daily our debt situation is behaving from the original amount borrowed to what is the exchange gain or exchange loss that had been lumped on the debt that was originally taken, so as we are able to explain continuously how our debt level is increasing because of depreciation. And ultimately, unless this country encourages inflows of foreign exchange, whether from the diaspora, whether from the tourism sector, whether from the agricultural produce that we are exporting, we really must be an exporting country if our debt situation is going to be managed. And unless we stabilize our currency vis-a-vis the foreign currencies, particularly the greenback, the euro, that are the international currency denomination with which we trade. Unless we do that, which is not very easy at the moment, we will continue receiving a beating. Our debt book will continue ballooning without an extra borrowing, and our incomes, our revenues that were meant to be spent on developing this country will obviously have to be diverted because debt payment takes priority before we finance our development, before we finance our recurrence. And it's no wonder, therefore, that there is delay from Exchequer in fulfilling or servicing anything in this republic. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
The MP, woman rep for Migori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to support the bill, what was tabled here. Mr. Speaker, the problem with this country is we are not honest with ourselves. Sorry, I corrected, it's not a bill. I corrected. Thank you, it's a motion and I corrected. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we are not honest as Kenyans, right from the leadership to Wananchi, but more so to the leadership of this country. We cannot talk of debts while we are spending on things that are not necessary. We are talking about debts. Our president is partying somewhere in some country. He told us he was going to sign, I don't know, to get for us some employment, I don't know, in Saudi Arabia or where. Don't we have ambassadors who can do this? Because when I travel out of the country, it's not as expensive as when my house help travels. In that case, why would we talk about debts here when we are not talking about the unnecessary expenditure that we are going through? We had the supplementary budget here, and I understand that State House and the presidency topped up their budget with 200 million. For chai and mandazi, I understand they don't drink alcohol. So what do they spend this money on? We have El Nino now. Instead of putting that money into use where there's El Nino, people are dying, people are living without houses, people are sick there, your president is flying out to spend equivalent amount of the budget that he just topped up for his tea and luxury in State House. We are not honest. If we don't work on what we are spending, then there's no need of talking about our debts, because we borrow to spend.
The honorable, honorable.
Not very common to stand on such a point of order, but I would wish that the member substantiates clearly, because this is a House of Records. It's very important that he's sure the president is out partying, taking tea mandazi, and this is a House of Records, and could you substantiate that you are sure that you are speaking about a head of state who is partying?
May I inform you that I've never been to State House. I don't know what they spend that money on, but I know there's El Nino. And I know from Nyatik, where I come from, people are homeless, people are hungry. What I'm trying to put across to our countrymen and women is the unnecessary expenditure that we have. You can question the presidency what 200 million top-up on his State House expenditure was for. But I can tell you, we should cut down on unnecessary expenditure. We should. Why can't I be led to contribute? When I'm saying the truth is point of orders, the truth shall never be changed.
Order, honorable MP for Migori. Yes, what's your point of order, honorable Owembaya?
Order. You know, there's a standing order in this country that says that you need to be factual. And being factual, when you listen to the chair of budget, when he presented, he said that, you see, the president's operations are more in State House than Harambee House. The amount of money that has been put now in the budget of State House is the money that has been removed from Harambee House and put in the president. So there is no additional funding for the president, for the 200 million that you're talking about. And it's nice to be in this house to listen when the budget chair is presenting, so that you have the facts. Nothing was added. Money was just moved from Harambee House, which is the seat of the presidency, and now taken to State House. There's no addition. Secondly, the president's speech trips, like the one when he was addressing the European Union, they granted the country, not loaned, they granted the country over 300 billion, I think, something like that, you know. The president's trips abroad are not in vain. What we have achieved as a country, today we have around 1 trillion shillings that has been given to this country as a grant, So the president's trip abroad have been threefold in importance and contributing to reducing the national debt. I thank you, Honorable
The
Speaker.
Honorable
I think I.
Order,
thank you.
order, 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 Honorable. Order, Honorable Member of Parliament for Migori. It is always not such a powerful issue if you discuss the government in a kind of a generality. The government spends this, the government spends that, kind of a generality. But when you get so specific, the standing orders are provided for that. Standing order number 87 says, neither the personal conduct of the President, nor the conduct of the Speaker or of any judge, nor the judicial conduct of any other person performing judicial functions, nor any conduct of the head of state or government, or the representative in Kenya of any friendly country, or the conduct of the holder of an office whose removal from such office is dependent upon a decision of the House, shall be referred to adversely except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days' notice has been given. Order. You cannot discuss the conduct of the President. You cannot refer to him adversely. You can do it generally as a government, but not the conduct of the President. It shall be out. Then you go to standing order number 91. And I hope this is the same as it used to be when I was there last time. A member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. This accuracy itself is dependent upon a member fulfilling the conditions of standing order number 87. So I think all of you desist from, I've seen quite a bit of references to the President as a liar and all sorts of things. The standing orders do not allow that. And you should all desist from that. Except through a substantive motion, in which case you give 3 days notice to do that. So when you talk about these things, or either in his personal capacity or what they call official capacity, you have to fulfill certain conditions before you cast aspersions on the conduct of the President. And the number of offices that I've already indicated right now, including, the leadership of a friendly country and the representative of that country in our own country. Thank you. Proceed, MP for Migori, and please maintain.
I stand guided, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I will find a way to refer. Maybe I'll use the word government. But, Honorable Speaker, my intention was to put across that we are not measuring on majors and we are measuring on minors. I agree that 200 million was removed from another pocket to another pocket, just as I would remove from my left to my right or vice versa. The message is, there is something that is more important that is happening now, that is more crucial that is happening now, which is El Nino.
Order, Order, Honorable Member, order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If any member rises on this and asks you to substantiate that 200 million you're talking about, 300 million, you're supposed to substantiate that instantaneously at the same time with the proof. So be very careful about all these things. Proceed.
I'm tongue-tied. I don't know how to proceed any further because he asked something and I thought I was answering to what he asked. I don't know how to do it, but then my statement remains, money is not being used carefully and money is being borrowed every single day. And when we borrow, we should use it in the right way. Instead of using it in a wrong way, then what is the need of borrowing? Mr. Speaker, that I will not change my mind, that money is not being used well. I don't know the softest way to sugarcoat it, but the truth is, Kenya is borrowing unnecessarily and spending in equal measure unnecessarily. I rest my case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are absolutely in order to give that as a government. The only thing the standing orders restrict is when you get personal in the personal conduct of a president himself, or a judge, or the Speaker of the House. Proceed. The Honorable Dorothy Ikiara.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to contribute to the next agenda.
Okay. Okay, there being no any other member, order, we'll call. The honorable member who is raising your, are you on a point of order or you want to contribute? You don't have a card? Your card is not working. Okay, proceed and contribute. Give him the mic. Okay. Okay, you have one next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to contribute on this motion on public debt. For sure, as a country, the debt that we have as a country has injured us in so many ways. I know currently, even in this supplementary budget that we've passed, we have done so many cuts because as a country, the debt that we have has increased because of the exchange rate of the dollar. In this current supplementary budget, our debt, the CFS, has increased by about 145 million. And this is because of the increase of the dollar. Number two, the debt of this country in the previous regime, a lot of debt accumulated in the previous regime because of taking loans that are very expensive for the people of Kenya. And these debts were not used properly. For example, the subsidy on fuel. We are paying currently as a country 60 billion that was used in the previous regime for subsidy of fuel. We are paying money right now for the previous regime for subsidy of unga. We are paying right now money for the previous regime for Telkom Kenya. Hilo is holding money that we don't know where it went to. As a country, we should create proper mechanisms on how we manage our debt as a country, because as we speak right now, most people, most businessmen have not been paid their pending bills. Most businessmen are dying. Most people are dying because they have not gotten their money. And as a country, we know we depend in government so that we have circulation of money, so that Mwananchi down there can have this circulation of money and the country will be able to continue. So I want to support this motion. I want to support this motion on public debt. And we say that as a country, we need to live according to our means. We need to live according to what we have. We should not budget on things that are beyond what we get as a country. So I encourage that this motion, I support this motion, and I encourage that as a country, we should live according to our means. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think the mover now, I shall have to call upon the mover to reply, because indeed the mover proceed and reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the honorable members for their contribution and support for this motion. Honorable Speaker, debt today is one of the most spoken issue in Kenya. And I'm glad that Parliament, in its wisdom, formed this committee to deal with matters debt. And I'm sure we'll be bringing so many reports to this House, and we'll always be seeking the support of the members and the House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. And thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The chair has certain discussions, indeed quite powerful. So the putting of the question will be deferred to the next session. Next order.
Order number 12, the Land Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 65 of 2023, second reading.
Who is there?
Next order.
Where is he? He's just been here now. Oh, yeah,
here.
proceed.
Honorable Speaker, the land laws amendment bill first reading was done on the 14th of November. And I think the publication...
This is the second reading.
Yes, the first reading was done on the 14th. Then the publication notice, it was published in the papers for people to bring memoranda and petitions within that week. And
So you need more time for this?
It is still within the
Okay.
time for public participation, and therefore the report
Fair
has
enough.
not been done.
We
So
will
therefore,
we will
we
stand
would
down
like
that
to
order.
stand that
Yeah.
down if you allow that.
We'll
Honorable
stand
Speaker.
down that order number 12 for another day. It's order number 13.
Order number 13, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023, second reading.
Majority.
Honorable Speaker, we are the movers of this motion, but the report is not ready. I think the committee has done its work, but they have not yet done the report. So I'd request that we give them time to bring
Fair
the
enough.
report.
Your request is
And therefore my
assented
request
to.
is that we stand it down.
Yeah, this one, order number 13 is also stood down for another day. Order number 14.
Order number 14, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2022, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I've had a conversation, this is a private member's motion or bill. I've had a conversation with the Honorable Benjamin Gadhiru, and he is told me that he's not ready to proceed with this bill, therefore he
He
requests
is
that...
indisposed, and I have a feeling that this information was communicated to the Speaker, also the Chair.
Okay, okay.
So under the circumstances, this one also is stood down to another day.
Yes, thank you.
Order number 15.
Order number 15, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2023, second reading.
I've also had a conversation with Honorable Kaluma.
You have had a conversation?
Yes, with Honorable Kaluma on this matter,
Yeah.
and he is of the view that he is consulting with some government ministries and departments on the same, and he'll put his thoughts together, either to move forward or withdraw the bill completely. But
So
it is
the-
of the view that it be stood down for the moment.
Okay, order number 15 is stood down to another day. Order number 16.
Order number 16, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023, second reading.
The Honorable Captain Rueda Obo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act to include compensation as a result of death and injury from sharks, stonefish, whale, stingray, among the wildlife species. Honorable Speaker, this bill will ensure that persons who live along the water bodies and are compensated as a result of death, injury from the wildlife species. Honorable Speaker, the bill promotes equality by providing remedy in the prevailing discrimination, compensation for attack by land-based wildlife, in exclusion of victim of attack by the marine-based wildlife. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to promote compliance with Article 27 of the Constitution by promoting equality, freedom from discrimination through compensation of all victims of attack. Honorable Speaker, in the third schedule to the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act 2013, we wish to amend in Part A by inserting the following new words immediately after this word, buffalo. After buffalo, we put sharks, stonefish, whale, and stingrays. Honorable Speaker, the enactment of this bill shall not occasion additional expenditure of public funds. Because the fund is already there, we just want to include marine animals. Mr. Speaker, in the schedule, in the third schedule, wildlife species in respect of which compensation may be repaid in case of death and injury are elephant, lion, leopard, rhino, hyena, crocodile, cheetah, buffalo, and in case of destruction or damage to properties of livestock or crops, these are the following animals: elephant, lion, leopard, rhino, hyena, crocodile, cheetah, buffalo, hippo, zebra, eland, wild beast, snake, wild dog. The marine animals are not there, not even one. Mr. Speaker, the animals was in the Schedule 3 before few individuals sat on the boardroom and removed them without knowing that some people are staying in islands and our surrounding is water. Honorable Speaker, I compared our compensation which was paid on 2018. Lamu was given 5 million compared to Meru, which was 66 million. So I'm saying this to show you that, to show member that it is not many individuals or not a big number who are supposed to be compensated. Mr. Speaker, there are so many people in coast area who are affected by marine animals. So it will be prudent if this House agree to include the marine animals. And we are not increasing or requesting to increase any more fund. Whatever fund we have, it should include all of us. If it is a little, all of us to get that little fund which is there. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to invite Honorable Chome Abdi, Voi constituency, to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable MP for Voi, Abdi Chome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The inclusion of marine animals for those animals that should be considered for death and injury is very important, but as it brings fairness, equity to the people of Kenya. You would understand that with the promotion of the blue economy, a lot of people living along the coastline use the sea for transportation, for their lives, and to support their livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to visit Lamu for public hearings as part of the Tourism and Wildlife Committee, and we came face to face with those who have been injured, maimed by these marine animals. And it was sad that you could see that people in their prime age who could no longer do anything. And it was my opinion and others in the committee that having them compensated will give them an opportunity to get into an alternative means of livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, as you understand, the coastline of Kenya has quite a number of counties, and this would actually give an opportunity for those in Lamu, Tana River, Kilifi, Mombasa, and Kwale to be able to feel adequately covered when they go to look for their livelihoods in the ocean. This is also important for those who go for recreation. Mr. Speaker, I feel that while land-based animals have been compensated for those who have been hurt by land-based animals. This has taken quite a lot of time. And also the issue of compensation in general, I would like to touch on it, would be very important for it to be looked at so that it can be timely, adequate, and so as to be able to respond to the injury or the death covered. Mr. Speaker, I second this motion and I support the amendment of the Wildlife Conservation Management Act. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023, be read a second time. Honorable Bedzimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa niweze kuzungumzia swala hili. Mimi nimesimama kuunga mkono kuongezwa kwa viumbe vya baharini katika kulipa fidia wakati vimedhuru watu, vimeleta madhara, majeruhi ama vifo, ili waweze kulipwa. Kwa sababu kulikuwa hakuna usawa hapo mwanzoni, kwa sababu wanyamapori walioko ardhini karibu wote walikuwa wamewekwa kwamba wakati wataleta majeruhi, wataleta madhara kwa mwananchi ama wataleta kifo, watu watalipwa. Ingawa mnyama mmoja tu katika ardhini ambaye ametolewa, ambao pia huyo tutakuja tusema aingizwe, ni nyoka. Nyoka ametolewa na pia naye anadhuru wananchi. Lakini ukiangalia upande mwingine, upande wa baharini, kulikuwa hakuna kiumbe cha bahari hata mmoja ambaye alikuwa amewekwa kwamba wakati amedhuru aweze mtu kupata fidia, ama ikiwa ametoa maisha iwe pia mtu atalipwa fidia. Ambao kuna sehemu ambazo misitu yao ni bahari, hawana misitu, misitu yao ni bahari, ndio iko karibu na sisi. Kama vile ukiangalia papa ni mnyama ambaye anakuja hata bahari ya maji madogo hivi sasa. Wanafuata meli kubwa zinapokuja kwa sababu ya kufuata chakula, na akifika meli ikifunga anatembea katika maji madogo, ambao watu wengi wamekatwa maguu, watu wengi wamepoteza maisha yao bila kwamba hawalipi fidia. Wanaambiwa kwamba wale viumbe vya baharini havilipi fidia, ambayo wale viumbe vya baharini wanalindwa na sheria, kwa sababu ikiwa utamchukua papa ukamlee nyumbani utafungwa. Na kama huyo ni mnyama pori, kwa nini akifanya madhara asilipwe? Kwa hiyo usilipwe. Kwa hivyo ni vyema sana kama papa, na kuna samaki wa mawe, kuna nyangumi, kuna samaki ambaye akikudunga mwiba wake mpaka ukatafute sindano ya tetanus ama mguu utaoza. Kwa hivyo mimi nimesimama hapa pia kuhakikisha kwa usawa zile sehemu kama Lamu, sehemu kama Mombasa, sehemu kama Shimoni, sehemu nyingi ambazo maji ndio yamechukua nafasi kubwa, watu pale lazima walipwe fidia wakati yule mnyama yule ameleta madhara. Ikiwa halipwi fidia, basi tupeni ruhusa tufuge papa katika nyumba zetu. Tutengeze maji tumlete pale akae. Ikiwa ni madhara, ni makosa kisheria, basi tulipeni wakati mtu amepatikana na shida hiyo. Juzi kuna mtu amekatwa mguu katika sehemu ya feri kivukoni pale, papa saa nyingine wanaleta madhara, na papa wenyewe si lazima uende maji makubwa, anakuja hata maji madogo, anakuja hata natatiza wavuvi, anapendua dau lao. Kwa hivyo ni lazima kwamba watu walipwe fidia ikiwa mtu amepata madhara ama ameaga dunia katika wale viumbe wa baharini. Kwa haya mengi nasimama, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuunga mjadala huu mkono. Asante sana.
Honorable Jane Kagiri, Member of Parliament for Laikipia County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this amendment bill. Honorable Speaker, I hail from Laikipia County, where our problems are water, water, and water. But once in a while, Honorable Speaker, the rain favors us and we're able to grow crops which eventually are ready for harvest. But when they're just about to be ready for harvest, we have the elephants that invade our gardens, the hippos, the monkeys, and they come and take away our harvest. Honorable Speaker, this makes it impossible for us to speak about food security in Laikipia. Honorable Speaker, when I listen to my colleagues from the other part of the country, And I hear them talk about the animals they would want to be included in the amendment bill. I totally support, because I have seen the pain my people go through when these wildlife invade their gardens and harvest their crops. Honorable Speaker, as we speak here today, a meeting is going on in my county in Laikipia in a place called Njorua. The discussion is about this human-wildlife conflict. Honorable Speaker, it would be unfair for me not to support my colleagues who feel that there needs to be inclusion of other animals in the compensation process by the government. And Honorable Speaker, that said, we also need to remind the Kenya Wildlife Service that compensation is not compensation if it is not done timely. These are people who lose lives, these are people who lose their products, these are people who lose what their ways of earning a living are. And so when it's time for compensation, it needs to be done effectively. Equally, Honorable Speaker, unlike our place where we can consider having fencing around the forest to avoid the elephants coming in, I wonder what would happen to the sea. But if there's a solution to that, we also need to have preventative measures rather than us having solutions towards a problem that has already occurred. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we also request KWS to be very quick to respond when our people call out for help, and especially in whatever areas that animals are affecting our people. Finally, I think they need to move technology way and have satellite monitoring and other technology ways of monitoring human-wildlife conflict so that we protect our people and ensure they are safe wherever they are. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kagiri. This is a very straightforward bill, honorable members. It is seeking to add shark, stonefish, whale, and stingray injuries to the list of animals injuries from which there should be compensation. The Honorable Beatrice Kimei.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to support this amendment bill concerning wildlife conservation and management. On the onset, Honorable Speaker, the animal and human conflict is something that has given us a lot of issues. And I come from Kericho County, and Mau Forest is around us. And we have elephants that comes around to destroy property. At the same time, it is also very dangerous. So when we get such a bill concerning the marine animals, I want to support it very, very seriously for compensation. I know many of the people who go to maybe for this marine are mainly male, very few female will be there. But if they are affected, those who suffer most are these female. Imagining that these men are hurt, so their wives on this other side, Honorable Speaker, will face problems. Children on the other side also are affected. So to me, compensation is very key, and I would also say that there should be equity. Some people and some places are compensated more while others are not. And I would also say that it should not take very long. The Kenya Wildlife should not take long in compensation, knowing that justice delayed is justice denied. Somebody may not be compensated for many years, so it may not make any sense. And therefore, I would say that it should be done and done almost immediately. Honorable Speaker, when we talk of this marine, of course, being in the coast, I would also say we have other places where we have our lakes. The lakes in the Rift Valley, Lake Baringo, Lake Nakuru, Lake Naivasha, Lake Turkana, and the others. We have these dangerous animals living there, reptiles for this case. And I do remember some case in Lake Baringo where some woman went, I don't know, fetching water, and somehow she fell, and it was not easy. So I'm also concerned about sensitization to the members of the public, civic education and sensitization on the dangers that are caused by these wild animals, so that our people may not be in such serious problems. Not forgetting that sometimes our students go for tours, so a lot of care needs to be taken so that they are not in issues. Otherwise, I do support and I say this is a very, very important amendment bill, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Fact, Honorable Beatrice Kemei, just looking at page 13, it does appear that injuries from animals in freshwater lakes are already covered, except for these ones, because I'm seeing here injuries from hippopotamus live along freshwater bodies. There are injuries from snakes, crocodiles. Those are covered. I don't know whether the chair of the relevant committees in the House to explain to us why this other dangerous category for sea animals was left out. Honorable Moses Kirima, the MP for
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important bill amendment. First and foremost, I support the same, taking into account that human value, human life must be valued at all cost compared with our natural resources, because our animals, both on dry land and aquatic animals, they are our natural resources. But mine is to say that as far as we are considering this amendment, we should not forget that this idea of human-animal conflict mainly are caused by human beings' activities. What I mean by human being activities, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that if you come to the areas where we have wildlife, we have blocked their corridors of migrating from one place to the other. The government is doing nothing about it. The government is not compensating the farmers who are in those corridors so that at least those animals can be left freely to be migrating from the places where they give birth and where they live in, or to migrate at the time when they need to feed, especially when it comes to dry and the wet seasons, because these animals are very sensitive and they move from one place to the other. And at no time, Mr. Speaker, sir, when one can be injured unless and until one ventures into those areas where those animals are. So in addition to everything else, we must also warn ourselves that these animals are a necessity within ourselves, because they didn't bring foreign revenue. And if they bring foreign revenue, then they must be taken care of. But it's necessary to include the sharks, whales, and those other big aquatic animals to be part of the bill, because when our people go to the ocean to fish, to do fishing, because fishing is also part of the human activity, and it really improve on our economic value. And sometimes they even do cause injuries to our people even without being provoked. I understand that like those sharks which follow the traveling ships from the deep ocean to the shallow areas where we have ports, I think compensation is necessary. For we have marine officers, we have marine rangers who should be careful and being giving a warning to those people who are in the ocean when fishing, and the people are not aware and they don't have those gears or they don't have those items which can warn those fishermen in advance that when you are fishing and the ship is getting in, there are those sharks which are pursuing or following the cargo ships to eat the drops of food which are being dropped in the ocean, and our officers have those gears or items to tell or to warn people in advance that there is looming danger. I do remember once, Mr. Speaker, sir, at this time when there was this ocean backlash, when there was a tsunami, if it were not for the warning which came from the foreign countries, a number of our people could have died in the Indian Ocean. I included because I was in the water at that time. But because of the one which came from the advanced, let's say, advanced countries, because of being able to run about weather in advance, many people in Kenya could have perished. So I'm saying that the government has the responsibility to warn our fishermen that when you are fishing in a certain place, it is safe, or it is not safe because there are animals under the water, or the animals which are approaching from one quarter or the other. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's necessary that we include these animals, especially the big ones in the ocean, which come up, ending up to want people, instead of being of value to the people, but they become an enemy of the people, to be included in this bill so that when they add a person, that person must be compensated. It's true. If you travel to Mombasa today, if you have a friend, especially those who frequent the waters of Indian Ocean to fish and so on, or even Lake Victoria and other places, you will be hearing that one has been devoured by a crocodile, one has been devoured, one has been attacked by a shark, one doesn't have a leg or something like that. Because, sincerely, there is no prior warning to that effect. In essence, I support this bill wholly because it has come at the right time when all animals which affect our people shouldn't be included in the bill as the animals, if they cause any injury to a human being, he must be compensated. I support the same, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Deputy Majority Leader, the Honorable Owen Bai.
Honorable Speaker, I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity. I also congratulate the Honorable Captain Rueda for introducing this bill. Honorable Speaker, I think it was unfair to remove these animals from the list. And because I serve in a constituency with the longest seashore, and my people go to the sea, and they are always affected by these animals. But when they come to me, they cannot be compensated. Sharks attack. When you go to the Watamu side of the beach, we have sharks, we have dolphins, we have the stonefish, we have all manner of creatures in the sea. And my people keep on being attacked all the time. But when it comes to compensation, they cannot be compensated and families lose. You have people whose limbs are cut. They cannot have gainful employment or gainful activities after that because of something that happened at sea. They cannot be compensated. And I like the position that she has taken. We are not adding any more funds. The money is already there. What we want is equity. That a person who is attacked by an elephant and a person who is attacked by a shark gets equal compensation. That's all. And it is possible, and I think this is a law that is a quick gain, a quick win, so that people do not get scared to go to sea. Honorable Speaker, when you are in that sea, you have a vessel, a boat, a dhow, and a shark comes and cuts it in the middle. You have spent $2 million to build a boat. When that accident happens, it has been caused by an animal, you are not compensated. But in another event, somebody gets compensated. I think this is a law that brings equity. And we say that when we come to seek equity, we are coming with clean hands. Help our people get the compensation that they deserve. This economy, fishing is one of the contributors to this economy, fishing. And we're encouraging very many people to go to sea and fish. But every time, today I have many cases in my constituency, a lot of our young people are embracing fishing. They go out there. KRA officers come and arrest them, and they tell them they have to pay tax before they go to fish. They have to have a license. I keep on wondering, if I want to go to my farm to farm and get maize, I am not asked for a license. But when I want to go to the ocean, which is actually the farm of the local people there, they are told they must get licenses. When they get injured inside the ocean, they don't get compensated. When you actually leave your home and go to the park, you actually left your home. You went to the national park. You got injured. You get compensated. I go to the sea to earn for an economic activity, I get injured, I don't get compensated. Is that fair, Honorable Speaker? It is not. This law is very important so that we can actually encourage more fisher folks to go out there without fear and get to build this economy through fishing. So I support this amendment that Honorable Rueda has brought. It will be a game changer in issues of fishing and issues of building this economy through fishing. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Owen Bayer. For members who do not know, up to 37 kilometers into the sea is part of Kenya's territory, because that is 20 nautical miles, which is part of our territorial sea. It's part of the land of Kenya. And no, just a minute. And then up to 200 nautical miles, which is 370 kilometers into the sea, is part of our exclusive economic zone, and indeed continental shelf also. Yeah, so you can understand how far our entitlement in terms of resource exploitation in the sea goes, and how limited you make citizens when you say they can be venturing economically to that extent, but injuries around that area may not be covered. The Honorable Kimani Kuria, I know yours is going to be very brief. Then Honorable Faramalim.
Asante Mheshimiwa
Honorable
Speaker.
Kimani Kuria, you will follow, sir.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa kunipa nafasi hii kuchangia mjadala huu, na kwanza ningeweza kumpongeza nahodha ama ni rubani Rueda Mohamed Obo kwa kuja na mjadala huu na sheria hii, kuja kuongeza wale wanyamapori wengine wakiwepo nyangumi na papa, kwamba wakati kuna ile shida ya mgongano kati ya wananchi na wale wanyamapori, na hasa hao papa na nyangumi, basi watakaoathirika na hizo ajali, basi wataweza kusaidika kwa compensation ama kufidiwa kama vile wale wengine ambao wanafanyika kwa ndovu na wale wanyama wengine. Na hii Mheshimiwa Speaker, inaonyesha kwamba lazima tuendelee kuzingatia mambo ya mazingira yetu, tuendelee kuzingatia vile tunaishi katika mazingira ambayo tuko. So kama ni wale ambao wanaishi katika sehemu ambazo ziko na bahari kama kule Lamu na Mombasa na kwingine, utangamano huo kati yao na hao wanyamapori uweze kuzingatiwa, na mara mingi hizi tuweze hata kuzizuia hizi ajali. Mheshimiwa Speaker, juu hiyo ningetaka kuwahimiza wahusika wote ambao wanajaribu protect wale wanyamapori, hasa hao ambao wanakaa karibu na mito, waweze kuhusisha jamii ambazo zinaishi katika hawa maeneo, kwa sababu mara mingi tunaenda kuwatafuta watu wengine kwenda kuzingatia ama kulinda wale wanyamapori, na kama tungeweza kuchukua wale ambao wanaishi pale kwa hao watu, wangeweza kufanya kazi bora zaidi kuliko wageni ambao wanachukuliwa kutoka sehemu zingine. Ukiangalia kwa mfano kama wale ambao maafisa wa juzi walichukuliwa wa milinda misitu, natumai kwamba wale wengine watachukuliwa watakuwa walinda misitu. Kutakuwa na jitihada ya kuchukua wale ambao wanakaa karibu na ile misitu, kwa sababu wao ndio wanaielewa, wameishi karibu na hiyo misitu kwa muda mrefu. Wengine hata wanaweza kuwaongelesha wanyama wengine wa porini. Ukiangalia kama Wamasai wengine, unaona wanapitana tu na simba hivi tu na wanaelewana lugha. Lakini ukimchukua mimi kutoka Molo niende nikuwa askari kwa kulinda simba, pengine nikiona simba ametokea, jambo la mwana nafikiria ya kwanza ni kumpiga risasi. Sio vile ambavyo tunaweza tangamana. Kwa hivyo ningeweza kuwahimizi vipengele vyote ambavyo vinahusika na kuwalinda wanyamapori waweze kuzingatia wale ambao tayari wanakaa katika hawa maeneo, kwa sababu wataweza kufanya kazi bora zaidi kuliko ambao wa kutoka hapo. Na nirudie kwamba hongera kwa mswada huu mzuri na naunga mkono. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Honorable Faramalim.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I rise also to support this motion by the Honorable Captain Rueda Opo, Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Act. Mr. Speaker, one of the very grotesque impunities that have been perpetuated in this country from independence was that the political class, the ruling class, replaced the white settlers who are here. Consequently, the coastal people suffered in every imaginable way you can imagine. Their resources were all taken away. They were not promoted. Even when we had the sessional paper number 10 of 1965, which says the intensification of the investments of the government in the high potential areas, the marine, what they call resources, was not considered as a high potential area. The only areas that were considered a high potential area are the tea and the coffee growing areas. Consequently, after independence, within the shortest possible time, our beach land, except a few public beaches, were grabbed by the political elite of the time, from Vanga all the way to Kiunga. All that was grabbed. The indigenous people who were there were left with nothing. The Mijikenda, the Bajuni, basically they were nothing. We have seen for the longest people will leave other parts of this country and go to Lamu and get a title deed or a land allocated to them in the shortest possible time, any amount of land that they want. But the actual indigenous people will have taken the longest for them to be given a title into their own land. Consequently, because we did not promote the sector, in our case, the livestock sector was basically our mainstay. The livestock sector does not even have a livestock development authority today. Every other sector, marine fish fisheries development authority does not exist. They brought up the coast development authority, which was very poorly funded, which basically did nothing. But you go to the tea sector, coffee sector, what do you call maize sector, go to everything else. This sector has a bigger potential. If I say it has a bigger potential than the agricultural sector in this, you people will not believe me. But do you know, as you had put it, being a lawyer yourself, we have the 12 nautical miles, which is the territorial waters of this country. For information, a nautical mile is 1.6 of an ordinary mile. An ordinary mile is 1.6 of a kilometer. 1.6 kilometers make. So it comes to about 37 something. Then we have an exclusive economic zone of 220 nautical miles. Then we have a continental shelf where everything under there belongs to us, of 370 nautical miles from our coastline. In our exclusive economic zone and in our territorial waters today, there are all sorts of ships from the Western world, from Japan, from China, from everywhere. Our marine resources is getting depleted at a rate you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine. If I tell you, I give you a figure of $200 million on a day, I think it's a conservative figure. From our coastline, from Somalia's coastline and the rest of it, there are ships from Europe. One of the reasons why they do not want us to have a stability in this part of the world is because they are making billions and billions of dollars from our own coastline there, because they are the ones who are harvesting our marine resources. This so-called blue economy is a very powerful, very, very powerful economy. But because the rest of us do not know how to fish, and the ones who know how to fish are those ones who we consider them to be lesser humans, they don't matter to us at all. The Bajunis, the Mijikendas, and the rest of them who are out there. In subsequent governments over this period of time, then we fail to invest in there until we begin picking up the ideas, and then we begin investing ourselves there. And I do understand, there are a number of big wigs who are investing in trawlers out there. The licenses for all those trawlers that are doing there have been given, and they pay money for it. Hardly goes into the pockets of the coastal people there, or goes into the coffers of the national government here in the manner it should be actually. So this is very good. It's a very small thing, very, very small thing. Just to say that when somebody is eaten by a shark, compensate him, that is hardly much. The bigger devil is inability for us to harness that massive hundreds of billions of dollars worth of marine resources which is there for us, we will not be talking about debts. We will not need any debts if only we manage it properly. We cannot manage it properly. We can only manage it in supporting and protecting and giving all the facilitation to our Kenyans who live around there. Not me coming from Wajir, Garissa, to go out there and to do the fishing, or somebody coming from Kiambu, or you coming from Migori. No, those Bajunis, Mijikenda, those ones who are there. That's why we have in this country historical injustices that do not just go back to when our land was taken away from us by the white folks and Mau Mau. The most important thing that happened in our history of this country is the Mau Mau struggle. It was over land and resources. How come when we get our own independence, we forget? One, to realize that for the real Mau Mau and all the people of the mountain region, not just for a few individuals owning big tracts of land and the rest of it, replacing the white settlers. And then we go back also and develop this sector of the fisheries for our Kenyan brothers and sisters who live in those regions. We go and develop. I don't have, right now, the whole of Northeastern province is cut off because of the rains. Because we only had one tarmac road of 100 miles, and that's it. And even that one now is already, I mean, it's broken down. Part of it, section of it has been washed away at all. And people in Garissa can't get food now because the road from Garissa to Nairobi to Garissa has been washed away. A big section has been washed away. And the rest of the country is out there now. And I had people, none other than our own deputy president, saying that let the county governments deal with the floods. Floods, for God's sake. When these things happen, typhoons and hurricanes and floods and El Nino happens in the States, it's not left to California to deal with it, or Texas to deal with it, or Florida to deal with it. And the economy of Florida is probably 20 times the economy of Kenya. The FEMA comes in, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which is from Washington, D.C., is the one which goes in there. There's nothing these governors who have got a paltry sum of money, and 80% or 70% of this going into what do you call recurrent expenditure can do in terms of mitigating the effects of these floods right now we have and the El Nino we have now. The central government must walk in straight there with everything, all its assets, take food to the people, take the helicopters, mobilize the military, call it what do you call a national disaster, and then call for the international community to come and assist us. You wonder sometimes whether the leadership in this place considers all Kenyans to be Kenyans who should be treated equally, and we should do everything that needs to be done for them. I say, Mr. Speaker, all the coastal boys who go and join Al-Shabaab because of grievances, because they have failed. The government has not taken care of them. The government has not taken care of them. They don't have land. They don't have what they call investments of the government in there. They're a mainstay of economic sector. The way all the other, the tea sector was promoted by the government, the coffee sector, the petroleum sector, the flower sector, all that the government put in massive. You people are young people. I remember myself going through school, how much money used to be put into it. I remember one time we pushed ourselves for the cancellation of the coffee debt, and we ended up getting 5.3 billion Kenya shillings being written off to support our farmers. I am still a member of the coffee and tea, what they call efforts in here, or the coffee caucus in here. And we want to give the right prices to our own coffee farmers and develop the coffee sector. For God's sake, let us also go and develop the people of the coast, the marine sector, and let us start right now. This is a very small thing. This bill is asking for the list. But we need to do much more than that, beyond that. For us to be able to go back into I was 7 years old when we got independence. I'm now almost 70. Now, do you want to have this cycle like this when Kenyans feel aggrieved and there is no nationhood like Tanzania has? Can I have 2 more minutes?
2 more minutes to Honorable Farah.
You go to Tanzania. It's a nation. You don't ask them what tribe you are. You don't ask them. They feel for one another. The one in the north, the one in the south, the one in the west, they feel for one another. They have a single identity. Because the founding father, or what you will say the first president of the country, Nyerere, pushed hardest for that. You understand where Nyerere came from. Nyerere is the Zanaki, is a sub-tribe of the Kuria. They're hardly what, 100,000, less than 100,000 in numbers. Mkapa is a subsection of what do you call them, Makonde, they're hardly 200,000. Kikwete, his community is less than 15,000, basically in Bagamoyo. And by the way, for your information, right now the deputy chair of the CCM is a Somali. And the president of CCM is a Zanzibari Munguja. Can we do that? Do you expect any day a Kuria will become a president in our country in the manner we are now dealing with things? No. No. We have to build a nation. We have to create a nation by making sure that we feel for every Kenyan wherever they are. I don't have to feel more for a Somali. I have to feel exactly the way I feel. I go to Meru, and those are my brothers and sisters. I will go to Kiambu, I will go to Lodwar, I will go to what do you call Kisumu, and that is why we need to have a nation, so that we care for one another. But when you say, those ones wachana na hawa, those ones like this, and everybody has got a label. We go for elections, and then it becomes alliances of tribes. It's not an ideological situation. How many big tribes can you bring together? How much coalition can you create? A winning coalition of tribes, not ideology, not a future, nothing, of tribes and regions and the rest. And that's how we transact our politics in here. And eventually go there and say we're shareholders in that. Too sad. Too sad. So let us deal with this as a beginning, but I'm looking at it. I'm sure many of you will, it's a pity that the House is not that big now. I mean, we don't have so many members of parliament, but we need to focus on the marine resources of our country. It is going into till.
Fatuma Masito.
Basi asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii nami nikaweze kuunga mkono mswada ulioko mbele ya bunge hili ambao umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Ruweida kutoka kule Lamu Mashariki. Kwanza nimpatie kongole dadangu Ruweida kwa kuweza kufikiria na kuona kwa kweli wapwani walikuwa wanaangamia. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii pwani ni sehemu ambayo imepuziliwa mbali pakubwa sana kwa miaka mingi. Na ndio maana wapwani kila siku walikuwa wanalia wakisema hii pwani labda si Kenya. Na kwa maneno haya kama viongozi tunaweza kuyapinga, lakini mwisho tunayapiga msasa na kuweza kuyakubali. Mheshimiwa Spika, uchumi wa pwani unategemea bahari pakubwa sana. Na kwa kweli sisi kama serikali, sisi kama viongozi, kama tungetilia maanani mambo ya bahari au uchumi wa bahari, basi wapwani wangeweza kulisha taifa hili kwa jumla. Tuna uwezo sisi kama wapwani wa kuweza kuleta mapato ya kuweza kulisha taifa zima la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, hoja hii iliyoko mbele ya bunge hili ni kwamba mpwani ametegemea kwenda kule baharini kufanya uvuvi, lakini mpwani huyu endapo atapata ajali ya kuweza kuumwa au kuumizwa na samaki walioko baharini, mpwani alikuwa bado hajatambuliwa na bado hajathaminiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, ile bahari usione vile. Ile bahari ni kubwa. Ile bahari si ziwa lile. Ile ni dunia yake vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na bahari ile kuna viumbe vingi ambavyo viko ndani ya ile bahari. Na vyote ni viumbe vya maana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Pale kuna nyangumi, kuna papa, kuna taa, kuna wale samaki wanaitwa samaki wa mawe, kuna pweza, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna ngisi, kuna tafi, kuna changu, lakini kuna samaki ambao Mheshimiwa Spika ni chakula na ni kitoweo, lakini akikuuma ni sumu. Wanaweza kukuharibu, sumu yake peke yake inaweza kukuharibu vitu vilivyoko ndani, vinaweza hata kuharibu moyo wa binadamu. Vinaweza kupelekea mtu kupatwa na kupooza kwa mwili. lakini serikali ilikuwa bado haijaona umuhimu wa kuwawezesha watu wetu wakati wanakwenda baharini wapate uhakikisho ya kuwa kitakachompata kule baharini basi serikali inaweza kumsimamia. Mheshimiwa Spika, hoja iliyoko mbele ya bunge hili ambayo imeletwa na Mheshimiwa wa Lamu Mashariki, tunaomba hii pia iingishwe katika ule mswada wa wildlife amendment, ikuwe ni amendment, nayo iweze kupatikana tija ya wale wavuvi endapo watakwenda kule baharini. Mheshimiwa Spika, nao wakipatikana na ajali yoyote ya kuumwa na vile viumbe vilivyoko vile, basi waweze kulipwa, waweze kupata malipo. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi karibuni nilimsikia Mheshimiwa Rais akitangaza kuwa angependa kupeleka Wakenya mataifa ya nje kwenda kufanya kazi. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vile ambavyo bado Wakenya hawajajua thamani ya bahari Hindi iliyoko hapa Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, bahari ile nimekuambia inaweza kulisha taifa hili la Kenya pindi itakapotambuliwa na kuthaminiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, bahari hii imeanza kutoka kule Lamu, inakuja paka Mombasa yote, inakuja paka kule South Coast, kufika paka tunapakana na Tanzania. Na pale ndani Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna viumbe wengi sana ambao wana thamani kubwa katika taifa hili. Basi Mheshimiwa Spika, niunge mkono hoja hii iliyoko mbele ya bunge hili. Niseme wacha pia sisi tuwawekee wavuvi wetu ambao wanaishi maisha ya uchochole. Pia Mheshimiwa Spika, niongezee wavuvi wa pwani, ukiwaangalia yale maisha wanayoishi, wanaishi maisha duni thamani. Mheshimiwa Spika, wavuvi ni maskini, wavuvi hawana maisha ya baadaye, wana maisha ya kula leo tu, mla leo. Mheshimiwa Spika, basi mimi naunga mkono hoja hii iliyoko mbele ya bunge hili na nasema asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable Dorothy Kiera.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Captain Raider, Mheshimiwa MP Lamu East, for bringing this very important bill to the House. Honorable Speaker, it is important for all of us to acknowledge that life is very precious. Honorable Speaker, one life lost in whichever way, it's a loss to the family and to the country. Honorable Speaker, this bill before us today seeks to amend the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act to include compensation as a result of death and injury from sharks, stonefish, whales, and stingrays among the wildlife species. These are species that are found in our waters. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about this bill when this country is wading towards fishing in our deep seas and in our deep waters. Honorable Speaker, we must all of us appreciate the efforts that this country is putting and the Kenya Kwanza government in fishing. We all want to acknowledge, Honorable Speaker, that fishing is a great contributor and it contributes immensely to the economy of this country, Honorable Speaker. And so to speak, this bill will address the gaps that exist in matters of compensation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about compensation of fishermen, we not only talk about them in isolation because our waters are also used as a means of transport in areas like Lamu Island, where people cross-cut along the highlands, and they also are victims of these animals in our deep seas. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say we must, as a government, invest in, one, bringing confidence to our fishermen and to all the people who use our waters, so that, Honorable Speaker, they will feel that they are part and parcel of this government. Honorable Speaker, the bill also will promote equality by providing remedy in the prevailing discriminatory compensation for attacks by wild animals in the sea. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying discriminatory because other wild animals in other areas, people are compensated. Areas where there are elephants, people are compensated. And Honorable Speaker, this bill is coming handy. Honorable Speaker, I want to, Honorable Speaker, recognize the effort that the government is putting in investing in our deep seas, Honorable Speaker. Today, as we speak, the government has come out to invest in 22 landing sites across the country. And these 22 landing sites, Honorable Speaker, cannot work without fishermen going into our deep sea. And when that happens, Honorable Speaker, it means more and more people will be used in this trade of fishing. Honorable Speaker, for that reason, Honorable Speaker, we want to say it's the high time that the government seeks ways and means of ensuring that the fishermen, people who use our deep seas, are properly compensated. And if possible, Honorable Speaker, even making sure that all those bodies involved, all the persons involved, have an insurance that can be secured by the government to ensure that these people gain more confidence and work tirelessly towards improving the economy of the coastal people. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this motion and say it's long overdue and it's very timely, and we should have this bill like yesterday. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shakil Shabir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I rise to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, to bring other species, the fish in the sea, the species of the shark, stonefish, whale, and stingray into the list of wildlife where compensation may be paid is a good thing. However, Mr. Speaker, I support it wholeheartedly. On a light note, one of the most dangerous species in the sea has not been included. That is the pirate. And the pirate is one of the most dangerous species in the sea. However, that was on a lighter note.
Honorable Shabir, which species did you say has not been included?
The pirate.
The pirate?
Pirate, yes.
The pirates?
The one who comes and steals from you in the sea. And you know, I mean, I'm being facetious, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I would like to now expound on some of what I was saying. At one time, Mr. Speaker, before I say this, I want to declare that in this House I must be one of the very few, if only, honorary warden of the Kenya Wildlife Service. So we are speaking from a position of knowledge. One of the problems that we have in the Conservation and Management Act, especially in respect of compensation, is there is not enough fund for the compensation. And all this, the compensation is greatly delayed, sometimes for years on end. And I think one of the issues that we need to deal with is to ring fence that compensation so that compensation is rightly used for the purpose of compensating death and damage. Coming on the issue of our sea border, meaning the continental shelf and our nautical sea border. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir, I did facetiously talk about that dangerous animal called the pirate. When, however, there was piracy arrive from Somalia down, our fishes were saved for many, many reasons, and many of those fishing vessels from Europe and China and wherever were very scared to come into certain levels. Despite that, much of our fish has been going to Mauritius, much of our fish has been going to Seychelles, and we feel that as much as we are looking at the compensation, our fishermen are the ones who get hurt most of all by these illegal action of piracy. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very important that as much as we are talking about the blue economy and much as we're talking about the shelf, there is still a pending matter where our neighbors have actually demanded and claimed over 80% of our seashore, or rather what our sea rights are, nautically and across. And that is one thing, that triangle that they are talking about has a lot of oil, a lot of other fish, and I was in Mombasa when we were talking about sea fishing. The fisheries told me that we take less than 5% of the fish that is fished in our territorial waters. The remaining goes elsewhere. Now that is one thing that we need to work on. If the Nairobi National Park or one of our national parks, even the Masai Mara or Serengeti, are crossed, let's say Tanzania wants to take over part of Serengeti, we're very particular. It appears to us for some reason, and I don't know, Honorable Farah Malim was very, very vocal on the issue of our sea borders and what we could get on the blue economy, and he forgot to tell us that, as I said, 80% of it is claimed by somebody else. And what are we doing about it? I think that is one thing that we must most importantly move on. Finally, Mr. Chair, sir, as I said, Mr. Speaker, sir, I do wholeheartedly support this, but there are other fish called the buta, and I made at a time of amendment, and those who are jokingly say that buta is not a dangerous fish. I assure you, it is very dangerous. And I also see in the death and injury, the crocodile is there, but the alligator is not there. There's a very distinct difference when you are now being killed and it's not the crocodile but the alligator. So in the fresh water, we have the larger fish that can upset a boat, that can even attack the fishermen. And I think those things must be included in this list, and I will by way of amendment propose that particular inclusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time you have afforded to me.
Thank you, Honorable Joshua Mwalio. You have to speak. Oh, Kagusha.
Hello, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving this time to be able to put my voice on this amendment bill, Wildlife Conservation Management Act of 2013, the third schedule. By amending this bill, we will be able to bring equality in the way we take care of our people, because we need to take care of our people while they are fishing, while in the coastal lines, and wherever they are. And so that we don't have a discrimination to take care of the people that are in the inland, but the ones that are in the sea, we are not taking care of. Mr. Speaker, there is one of the species that is written here, which is called stingray, which got a long sting, which when it bites somebody like a man, you are not able, the researchers have said, that you are not able to function for 6 months. And this one is a very, very dangerous animal that is in the sea. And you see, if you don't compensate a man that has been bitten by this species, then you have denied him everything. You have denied him his manhood. You have denied him compensation. You have rendered him useless for 6 months. If he's a young man, he cannot be able even to bear children. For 6 months, he will be there watching his wife just on the bed. But if he is given some compensation, he will have been comforted because there is something that he can lean on as a compensation. And therefore, it is very important for us to be able to balance every compensation that is done, both in the animals that are in the wild, in the bushes, and even the ones that are in the sea. For example, you are saying that if the crops are destroyed by elephants, lions, leopards, they are compensated. But if a fisherman that is fishing and is even eaten by a shark, that family is not compensated anything. So there should be an equality because all are human beings, all are Kenyans, and the government is one that is able to compensate them. I support this bill to be amended for all these species to be added. Any animal that lives in the sea and its environment that is taken care of in the compensation, because there are people who day in, day out are in the sea. That is where they earn their living. And especially now when we are promoting the blue economy, when we want to bring food sufficient, even by harvesting fish in the seas, we need to bring all these things together, compensation, and then also food sufficient together, so that whoever is going in the sea can feel that he is protected by the law and his people are able to be compensated if anything happens to them. And also many people have said the insurance, they should be insured. You see, these people are the ones who insure themselves. If a person has only a boat and he goes in the sea and is bitten by a shark and he has not insured himself, then the insurance doesn't work. But if there is a compensation that is anchored in the law, then that person is able to be paid, his children are able to be paid, his wife is able to be paid, or even the relatives, for that matter, are able to enjoy the compensation that that fisherman has been able to be compensated. So the people that live in the coastlines needs to feel secure because they are also voters for this government. And this government is supposed to take care of everybody anywhere in the sea, in the air, and in the mainland. So for this, I support Wooly, and I want to say that let us enact this law so that we can be able to protect our people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Simon Kingara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute and support this timely amendment bill from Honorable Roida. Actually, Mr. Speaker, the key obligation or fundamental obligation of any government is to protect its citizens. And protection of the citizen should be universal, not one side. Mr. Speaker, for me, I find it as an oversight when some animals are included as matters compensation is concerned and others are left behind. For me, I look at it this way. The government of the day is embracing growth of our economy, especially blue economy. That means, Mr. Speaker, a high number of population is now going to the sea. But the question is this population protected? And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, you find that as we grow maize in up country, other people depend on seafood. So they go to the sea for their food. When we go for firewood in the forest and then we are attacked by animals, we are protected through compensation. Is these people who are going for their mere food at the sea protected? Mr. Speaker, in the growth of our economy, it is also good to remind one another that we are growing even our ports. We have a Ramu port, which was not there, Mr. Speaker, before. When Ramu port came into being, it means a lot of people were put there to manage the port and hence exposed to these animals or these species which are not part of the covered species matters compensation. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important to have the species which are not included be included, including maybe through the committee of the whole house, an amendment comes where even those other species which have not been included in this amendment bill be put in the amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, another exposure is tourism. In other parts of the world, the community there protects those people who go there for tourism. And since tourism bring in income to this country, my assumption is that the income which comes with them should be enough even to compensate who are injured by these species. When it is known that we are taking care of anybody who is within our waters, then it will encourage many people to invest and even work in our waters. Not forgetting that, Mr. Speaker, there is oil mining which is supposed to come soon, whereby this is another high number which is expected to be in the sea. The question now remains, will they be protected through compensation? If you go to the port of Mombasa, lately, you would note that the bathing for the big ship to offload oil, Mr. Speaker, is in the sea. And this bathing needs to be maintained. So it means Kenyans with small boats, which are of high risk, are ever working around the bathing where the big ships which cannot dock in the normal bath are operating. But the question is, are they protected matters compensation? When it is known that we are taking care of our citizens and our visitors who come to our country, it will improve the use of the port, and this one now makes the growth of our economy, which is dearly needed. Mr. Speaker, it is important also to mind those people who are of low income, because as it was said earlier, most of these people who are down there at the sea line are low-income earners. So even when they are attacked, you do not expect them to have enough funds for medication. So if they are not taken care of, then it's like their life is doomed. So for me, I stand to support this amendment bill because it's timely. It will bring equality to our people, and it will also bring sense to human nature. Thank you, and I support.
Thank you, Honorable Kingara. You know, the dimension you people should also take is the confidence it will give Kenyans to go into the sea. Because if you remember, the President signed the Economic Partnership Agreement with the European Union in the month of June. You can imagine if we gave our people the courage to fish deep into 200 nautical miles into the sea. We take salmon, tuna, and take them to the European Union because we have that agreement. The economic value would be great. I think it's a dimension you want to look at beyond, mere compensation. But thank you very much for your contribution. Honorable Daniel Carito, MP for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this bill, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Bill by Mheshimiwa Rueda, and I thank her for coming up with this bill. Mr. Speaker, I happen to have worked in the sea, and I know how risky it is. I know that in the sea, we have animals that are even more dangerous than the lions. Therefore, this bill has come at the right time, and it's very unfortunate that for many years, the people who have been working in the sea haven't been enjoying the compensation that is enjoyed by other Kenyans. I think this has been a denial of our right, and it's good that now we have come to the time when we feel everybody should be taken care of, and everybody should feel equally being a Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, the issue of compensation, as much as we talk of compensation, it should be timely compensation. It should not be a situation whereby a person is injured in 2023 and he gets a compensation in 2029. I think this compensation should be timely, and the government should take responsibility of making sure that KWS is funded and always funded to compensate those who are injured. Mr. Speaker, the blue economy cannot grow when everybody knows the risks there are not taken care of. I think it's good that we encourage Kenyans. When they know if in case of anything they are compensated, they will be encouraged even to go for it. We should not leave it to the people who are living along the coast only, because it's a national resource that can be shared by all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, where I come from in Meru, we are surrounded by Meru National Park. And we know also our people are facing problems in terms of compensation. We have wildlife that surrounds us. Most of the time they invade our farms. Some work on our crops, others eat them. We have them, others devouring our animals, and the compensation is never forthcoming. I have cases whereby even people who recorded in 2014, up to date, they have not been compensated, and they were assured that they will be compensated. Mr. Speaker, when you go to your farm, keep animals and develop your farm. You need to benefit from it as soon as possible. And when the wildlife comes over and it destroys all what you've worked for years, and then it takes years and years before you are compensated, I think that's injustice delayed, which is already injustice denied. Therefore, I challenge that as much as we talk of compensation in the sea and even on our farms, it should be timely, and it should not be that it takes years and years after recording the damages. And I stand to support Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Geoffrey Mulanya, Advocate of the High Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make a contribution on this motion. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill of 2023. And having perused through the proposed amendments and listened to my colleagues contribute to this motion, Mr. Speaker, I have made, really thought through about what normally happens when people get injured by the wildlife. And limiting compensation to the animals or the species listed here, where even at the sea we normally have the pythons. And what is commonly called omieri in your area, Mr. Speaker, it's a very little snake. And when you are found with the skin, which is very precious, because it's used to make very beautiful women handbags and women, the men belts. When you find the skin of the python, the jail term is very severe for the particular person. But it is unfortunate that this particular reptile is not among those ones that when someone dies as a result of the attack, is not among the, he will not be compensated. And for a very long time, we have had the hue and cry about deaths arising from attacks from the wild animals. And we limit the compensation to the very few wildlife species. Yet we know that our people are suffering outside there. And also further to that, besides the listing of the animals, I also want us as a parliament to look into, in details, the period within which the affected family are supposed to receive their compensation. There are so many people. 2 months ago, I received a phone call from someone in Isiolo, where their family member had been mauled by a hyena. They only found bones in the morning. But still, they are being taken around in circles. They are supposed to look for a lawyer. You know, the moment you hire my learned colleagues, the share of compensation to the family reduces. And this is the things, although I know that is an earning to my professional colleagues, but we must also think for the families of the deceased person. And then we say that if indeed that we say that we treasure these animals, which we do because of the income we receive from the tourists, then we should treasure more the life of human beings who take care and who are supposed even to benefit from the revenue we get from the tourists. So we must have timeline within which the deceased family is supposed to receive these dues from the ministry or the Kenya Wildlife Authority. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a timely bill that has been brought to the Assembly, and at the appropriate stage, if time allows, I'll personally, with interest, move amendments to ensure that we broaden the list and also include the issue on a period within which compensation is supposed to be done to the family. I therefore support this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want from the onset to thank Honorable Captain Ruenda for this important amendment. When I look at this proposed amendment, Honorable Speaker, I see what we call effective representation. Because, Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether you have had a chance to visit Mheshimiwa's constituency.